I think it is time now. I guess we can start getting rolling here. Good evening. Just stretch some windows because I want to have all my audio mixes in one. So, hello. Thank you, phone, for giving me a notification of someone sending me an email. God damn it. Okay, about this. Also, I mean, we can. I get rid of your notifications with alarms only. I think that's could help here on this end, and then switch Discord, I think, to Discord can stay as like this. If somebody texts me, then someone texts me on Discord. That's gonna be fine. Well, this needs to right here, and then we need. Oh yeah, we need to switch Steam to tell it that I don't want to see notifications of people coming online or offline. I think Do Not Disturb works enough for this. I'm not 100% sure if it's will still show the notifications thread. Okay, I think we have everything at this point. Let's get rolling, shall we? Get started, I guess. So this is sort of where we are starting. Like, the newest issue is EasyScript on the new version of SimHub will literally just die. It's fun. So we do need to download the newest version of SimHub right now. Because I've been running, I think version... Oh god, fuck. I thought of everything besides that, god damn it. I was like, no, I don't need to move this folder off my desktop. God damn it, I should have moved it off. It was a liability. Fuck. In the first few seconds. Let's see if I get bonked for that. If YouTube bonks me for this one. I have even moved another file somewhere else, but just to avoid it. Honestly, I can dump this content of this folder just into my... the other one. It's off the drive. God damn it, we're gonna do this briefly. I think back in the day you could get away, I think, with this, but like... I don't think this works well enough. Let's move this meme folder also in here. You shouldn't be able to see it, but like, no, definitely not. Let's just double make sure that the quick access didn't gain a folder right now. But this one is still in here. Remove from quick access. Still connect this one, but I think this one is sanitized enough. Good. Fine. Because it was off my other screen, so I was like, this is gonna be fine. No, it wasn't. Oh, my mic is bugging out, is it again? No, it seems to be working fine, I don't know. It's working fine. I don't know. As far as I can tell. I mean, it's garbage. But like, it's probably... Because it has sometimes the bug where it just goes ballistic and turns into white noise generator. That's fun stuff, and that happens. But it seems to not be happening right now. I'm trying to keep an eye on that. It sucks. I need an actual dedicated microphone and not a microphone on this Logitech headset that I'm using. It's just not as good as the Index head microphone. That's kind of like that I use for VR streaming, and we were not streaming in VR tonight. I am not gonna code in VR. That's just. I mean, I could, but like I would like to not. Thank you. So where's my just desktop scene again? Right. Well, let's resume our work here after I've done some cleanup. So let's hope I don't get bonked. I mean, when the VOD goes up, I will see to blurring it to get rid of it, but like right now, there's not much I can do. I can just hope that the algorithm doesn't catch me before I can get to it. Right. What did I want to do? Oh yeah, right. We wanted to briefly. We don't need vignette. We need to actually move to here. Here, and we need to move into the SimHub folder and grab a file before we run the installer. So we can also unzip the installer while we're at it. Because I would like to have a copy of. Where is it? I think the package manager, the plugins. I think it is. I mean, you can see like this is just 700 megabytes of code. Not 700 megabytes, 7 megabytes of code. Like that is a sizable plugin there. So when you compare that to my EasyScript plugin, the entire thing fits into 81 kilobytes. Yikes. My entire work is reduced to atoms. Right, what... actually even myself. What the fuck are you doing? What do you mean? Getting stream. Yes, I am... We'll explain in a moment why I'm extracting this file specifically. We're gonna get to it, don't worry. We're not racing tonight, so that's the simple explanation. We're just gonna run it anyway. Yes, we were fine. To accept the license. Install it. SimHubOBS, yes. Install. I think that is the correct file. We keep Visual Studio off for now. Minecraft launcher. Which one? This one here? The multi-MC launcher. Yeah, I was instructed for like it's. Sure, I don't know, I don't care. But I was instructed to install it for like setting up this mod pack, but I ended up not playing it with those guys. Like we forgot about it. Something. I mean, this is the official Minecraft launcher these days. This is the official one. I don't have the version installed through I don't have it installed for Windows Store. I have it installed through I have the old exe because I don't want to have the Windows garbage. Like, just keep it away from me. Yes, this means that I'm restricted to having only what would it be? Finish watching. Yeah. What am I restricted to? I'm only restricted to Java edition. I can't play the other editions of the game. Yeah, because it's incompatible with the default Windows Bedrock edition. Oh yeah, I'm getting criticized for like what I have installed on my desktop here. Look, I'm just downloading it. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. It requires elevation. I mean, you know, we can just. I mean, usually I move it to another desktop, but look, we can just keep it for now here. And let's launch SimHub new version. But yes, I use that to download Linux ISOs, totally only Linux ISOs, not like other things that are in there. Oh yeah, they made the new. Oh, we don't want to start with Windows theme color accent blue. We can pick those things, but look, we're gonna stick with those numbers. Thank you. So, yeah. The issue exists is here because if you press edit trigger. Oh, that works because that's. But edit condition and it will just not do anything, and you go over here and it's just this. Right, that flies off because reasons, and we're gonna get into. I don't know how you're doing. We're fixing something. We're fixing a problem. But we're gonna start here a bit with no, not Dortmund. We want .peak wherever I have it actually installed on this machine. Oh, actually, I have it. It's easier if I grab it off the other desktop. Over here, I have an old version of .peak. It works fine enough. Point is, we've got to do some reverse engineering to figure out how where the hell that class moved, because if you actually look at the error that is thrown, I can actually keep here. Here, someone actually in the discussion sent that one as well. Just to illustrate how. I've told now multiple times that this is happening. Yeah, here unheld dispatcher error, missing method not found. The void function on SimHub plugins, UI, SH, dialog content based show dialog just died. And yeah, it's called by my button on click operator, which does narrow down where the problem exists. We're gonna want to see that in a second, as I. Well, we don't even have an assembly experiment now. Let me find them from list. We don't even need those. We need to open. Well, it was a good idea that I got those files off my desktop finally, because we would have like stepped into this hot mess again. Do not look at the earlier part of the stream where I showed certain imagery by accident. This way. The classic folder preview blunder happened there. And the other one we need is this PC. Here, SimHub, and then we need the SimHub plugins to DLL open. So now we just need to distinguish which one is which. Yeah, I mean there's a slight version difference. This which one is where located? Okay, the upper one is the one on the desktop. The lower one is the one that's actually in use right now. Okay, good, because we need to now find the files we're actually looking for. Actually, we don't need this as much. Because how this previously worked, as said, I called the SimHub plugins UI, and there on the SH dialog. I think it is in here. Also, is there another SH dialog? That's the show function. Let's just get over to Visual Studio and actually start writing. Right, we need EasyScript. That's easy, because that's what we're gonna work on. And then filling will immediately not compile anymore to what we are about to go into error list. The error list is not up to date yet, because it hasn't found the error yet. There's clearly an error in here that hasn't spotted it yet. We could give it some help by ordering a manual compile briefly. Because it's definitely gonna fly as soon as it tries to compile. What? It still hasn't errored out? What are you doing? But this should not survive a compile. Hold on a second. Something is off. This should not survive compiling. Which class was I going to call this? It was in the... Was I think the list editor? That had the button delete, button edit click. Deals with the scripting. Editor. Yeah, I don't know. This seems to be correct. I don't know why it would die. Okay, some things are not behaving correctly. Also, I just remembered I need to launch this as an administrator. So something isn't quite right there. Something isn't. I'm very much sus of this. What is it? Because it told me that I can't run, despite that we configured that we would. No, we're not starting the project. We're obviously running an external program. It's nothing new. Why did it change that? It changes no there aren't. Why is this not in there? What is going on here? This is. Oh, what's happening? Because this should have been configured already to be SimHub, SimWPF, yes. Now hike script, this usually is like, well, actually, yeah, I wanted to undo on this. God damn it, those things are stupider. And even me, SimHubOBS, yes, because we wanna make this a relative path, which allows us to just have this work all the time. So then we check the build. Where do you build it? Oh, we're in release build, right? That's the explanation. Obviously, release doesn't. Release can be leave on start project. That's fine. But debug needs to be. We need debug anyway. If the file correctly, it's launching. You better be shitting me. Did literally a recompile just fix my problem? Yeah, no, this is always illegal because it's designed to check an overflow condition. Yeah, this seems to actually work. It's just literally, I compiled it again and it works. What is this magic? Why does this work? What are we doing here? Why does it work after a compile again? Hey? Someone explain to me why that's the case? Makes less sense but a minute. Okay, we had to change the last update to this repo. So branches. Yep, that is on this version. It literally got fixed by a recompile. Why though? This is just weird to me. What are we importing here? That just... The thing is, this class also doesn't die when it gets like called and stuff. Here we're going to SimHub plugins, output plugins dash GLCD templating. This is just such odd behavior. Let's look at the error message again briefly. It died on the sh dialog content base show dialog. Okay, that's what it tried to call and it died on. I guess the compiler compiles a bunch of references into my file that don't need to be there because I'm referring to objects that are larger than this already. It's like, how would I visualize this? Maybe it has to, however, maybe actually it has to like move those over to mine because I'm instantiating them and doing stuff with them. I don't know. On the other hand, plugins survive when changes are done to the plugin manager, so why would this break? Yeah, we know that it's the class content base, okay? So there's a bunch of read-only stuff, we have close. We have a show dialog function, which gets a dependency item, an on close, and a force new window, right? So let's check on the new version of a new version of this, which is the new one. We go into UI. We have still sh dialog content base. Okay, this is a different one. And it has... Oh, and here's the differences. Yes, a task show dialog async, show dialog window async, show dialog window, which is the effectively replacement for this. And oh yeah, there is actually show dialog still. Show dialog still exists here. Did like the properties of this change? Because it's still the same function here, effectively. We have a dependency object, an action, and a boolean. Oh, he removed the boolean. We have dependency object, action, dialog options, and that is the thing, dialog options. We don't have a boolean on this function anymore. Yikes! This should not happen in any circumstance, really. This would require me knowing more about how .NET's bytecode works, because .NET doesn't quite... .NET has a compiler, but it doesn't compile to assembly instructions. It compiles to, well, .NET instructions. So the C# or Visual Basic or whatever code gets compiled to .NET instructions, which is what this decompiler software actually turns back into code here, readable code. But that's what gets turned back into readable code again. And it seems that the compiler, for some unbeknownst reason, compiles part of the this like binding editor that I steal out of the which I go up here and just say, look, I want to use the editor. I want to using editor controls, and then just reference the binding editor, on which I call the function show dialog. Right. I don't even pass data into this function. This is. Oh yeah, right. Oh boy, this is really interesting. right? Because the show dialog, actually, no, because we are invoking this function out of show dialog content base. We are actually invoking this function from back down there. It is just that my source code here is valid for both cases. Oh, this is really interesting, because previously the... Hold on a second. Here, do we have a version that's... Can I just minimize this? Show cancel, show apply, show reset. Is okay, apply. I mean, should sort these in this case. Yeah, it has a boolean at the end here. What is happening here is that... give me a sec. We do a show dialog here. The dependency object is the list editor. The action on closes, which is this here, which is effectively what is in these brackets here. That's what gets called on close, which effectively checks the content of the editor and writes the data back into my objects. That's how that works. And then it's closes out of here. Second. So it's give me that peek again, and it like, but like that, this would also not be valid code then, because I've never specified what the boolean is supposed to do. But when I go over here on this function here, which has the show dialog, which contains is there maybe another show dialog function in a different... No, this must be this one in this class, because it's... Or not? Maybe it isn't. Yeah, there's an Alpha-Factor 2, Super GT500 championship CC drive, and Alpha-Factor 2 sometimes 4. When did I last drive Alpha-Factor 2? Oh, right. I mean, Alpha-Factor 2 isn't even installed on my PC to begin with, but like, let's just look up. Well, I mean, June 18th is relatively recent, but like, there's a reason why I uninstalled this game, And the last race I ran beforehand was November last year. So yeah, I didn't drive from November till June. I appreciate the interest. It's like GT500 is kind of interesting, but also like kind of also not. Like in AC, I would be interesting, but not Alpha-Factor 2 anymore. Like, nah, I'm not. I'm just over the shit. But yeah, I feel like because let me just check. How do we get down there? In terms of like which class references which, and because maybe the binding editor had a different function to open it in the past. And get into definition, right? Binding editor. Because it must have a show dialog function at some point. Yeah, it's like it's fine. It's just yeah, it just doesn't. I don't care really. Yeah, wait, we wanted to check what stuff he implements. Yeah, it implements show sh dialog content base and an I component connector. What does an I component connector have? A connect and initialize component. Okay, which we don't think that does anything with my function, but let's check on dialog results. This is also an interface for man. Oh boy, this is a chain that goes like way down, way up. This is fun to dissect and figure out where the hell we are referencing what. Okay, so this is okay. Show.sh dialog content is an interface. He just didn't name it correctly. You start your interfaces with eyes, that you can identify them. At least in .NET, do it correctly. Okay, show dialog is not a function in here. Okay, dialog and dialog responses, but like show dialog is not a function from it. Let's see. With this wizard stuff, yeah. I mean, I kind of have luck, because what happened here is that the EasyScript plugin now works again just by compiling it, which is hilarious. But I kind of want to figure out why this stuff is working now and why it didn't work before I recompiled it. Okay, so that's kind of like my thought process. We need to kind of figure out what is causing this, and if we can prevent this from happening effectively again, because he does a minor change in the function. Because what has happened here is that he changed what goes into this function here. So he takes these three parameters, and previously this function took these three parameters. And while my source code here allows, when calling this function, I fill in this parameter and this parameter, but I don't fill a third parameter in. But that is valid in the that's valid because in this definition this parameter is optional. But in this here, I'm definitely not calling this function technically. So there must be another function, another one of these that somewhere exists. This is now the stage where I need to track that down. Yeah, the binding editor was in output plugins. Okay. That allows us to narrow down output plugins. Well, which one is it? Output plugins. Editor controls. Okay. Output plugins, editor controls. This one here. And then we have the binding editor. Which one did we get here? Yeah, the desktop one. Okay, good. This is the old one. Because that's one we wanted to check if he... Then this one has specifically an overload for no, that's just which does he implement here? He's implemented constant base again. It all looks very interesting, very complicated, kind of. Get back here. Yeah, work down here. Actually, the old code also has here on the TG formulas click, does a show dialog with this as its object and action, which is this action here, and then just closes it. It doesn't specify the properties there. It's just the stuff that irritates me here to no extent. Oh, wait a second. Does user controls have a function? Show dialog. Because if we're referencing... Okay, show dialog is not a function in user control. It's not too surprising. Yeah, this is the only one, and it has a boolean passed in. And I don't know why the boolean is optional. Why could I just, on the old version, get away with not passing the boolean in? Like, I understand why on the new version it works, because this is literally specified to be optional. Heck, you could even let the action. You don't even need to specify an action technically. It's enough, but you need to definitely not specify the dialog options. That's fine. We don't need to specify those, because they are allowed to be defaulted. This is just weird. I don't know anymore. This is just irritating me at this point. I think we just leave it at this and just say, look, we've recompiled it and it works now. I mean, I may just like, but like, I don't think he's gonna change the signature of the show dialog function again in any time soon. So I don't. It's like, yes, I'm in this entire thing here liable for, like, in case whatever the developer SimHub changes anything in these like internal things of like the binding editor, the expression value, or dashboard binding data. If any of this stuff changes, I'm dead. Like, this code just flies out of the handle and dies immediately. There is nothing I can do if this stuff. It will immediately break if he does a change here. Yeah, so this does literally break itself as soon as I do the smallest of changes. I mean, as I said, like, the signature of this function, what I pass into it, should be valid, and I think in a programming language like Python, you would get away with this stuff, but for some reason, it is hard-coded what signature the show dialog function has to be, and what parameters we are passing in. And despite the one parameter we don't pass in being, something else, it just breaks itself. I don't know. I still don't understand how I can get away without passing in the boolean, but whatever, that doesn't. Previously I got away with that, and it seems to just have not broken before, and worked fine. I mean, we definitely need to double check if everything is actually working fine on that plugin. If the scripts execute, if the events execute, we need to check that briefly through all of that. Now, which can I briefly check? I mean, we can check editing briefly to change this here to different value. That seems to work. These should still work. There's not really a reason why it wouldn't. We do need to have a basically force triggering them, and I mean, we have actually OBS. If SimHubOBS is working, we should be able to get the stream timecode here, and yep, that is outputting correctly. Actually, yeah, right. Stream timestamp is what is the property I made, which is a formatted version of stream timecode. But that's the only purpose this has. It's not particularly useful in that sense, but it does its job. And clearly the script is executing correctly. What we can try here, because stream timecode is not. Well, it's also not a JavaScript code. We need to make sure it's JavaScript also works. Do I have some replays? I have one yours. Yeah, we can definitely use this one. Okay, let's briefly check. Dynamic overlays. Okay, now it's figuring the dynamic overlay where it's put. But we wanna put this at the fuel calculation here. That seems to be working correctly. Shows up about minus 28 liters extra that I have at that point. Or at least according to those calculations. But yeah, that looks alright. Okay. Oh yeah, we should probably also try out this plugin here. Why they changed the design slightly here for plugins that are ordered into there. Oh yeah, we need to definitely test logging if that works. And also will allow us to push the checks. So we need to go into my folder we need to go over to SolidMash, YouTube. Oh, there's also some stuff that probably shouldn't be. Yikes! I'm pretty sure that's not safe for this file. But like, luckily we are not showing it in a certain perspective, you know. That is. We're not fixing that right now. Where am I storing my? Oh yeah, here, timestamp log. Right, this small file here. Oh god, which contains timestamps from when I start my streams, and well, it didn't log stream start because I didn't have SimHub running when I started my stream right now. But we can go back to where's my SimHub? We can go back here, go to control events, and then go over to where's my infamous. Yeah, there's also that. Where is it? Ah, yeah, this is this, yeah. So I'm gonna change that to I'm just gonna do a pit stop trigger action. Yes, we want to reload the file, and here we are. Is it accurate? Yeah, that's about 42 minutes. 42 minutes into the stream. Yep, that looks correctly. That code works. What else? We've tested the logging working correctly. Oh yeah, select file. It opens the documents. That I would say is all working alright. Well, actually, shouldn't it open on? Let's check the code for this. If list mode is logging, okay, then oh yeah, right. We set the file name to file path for my script, right? For my logging script, right? That happens, but I don't set the path up actually of the file that I log. I don't. I could actually make a slight improvement here in the code. Because right now it just is file dialog dot file filter. Say path, check path exists. Yeah, we would like that. But like, is this done this? Yeah. Ah, initial directory. Yeah, there it is. That's it. We need to change the code slightly here. Yes, this is fine. We're gonna remove this here. script dot file path. What are you of a type? Your string. Okay. Because we would like. Because I do need to coerce the string into a path and then remove the last element of the path. Somebody who's written a lot of Rust recently, this is very natural to me. Path. So I don't think I have that library. Yeah, I don't have the library until I literally have spelled it out down there as well. Directory name. And then we need to do the same thing for repeat it for the get file name. And I should stop that. We also need to obviously set this here. Dot initial directory. Yep. And then hot reload. And we actually have at least changed something, you know? Boom! It selected the correct folder with the file already. I mean, I'm using a .log file, so it doesn't immediately show up, but that's a minor problem. I don't think you can actually fix that easily. Some way maybe? Folder, filter. Filter index, right. Okay, that would work. I would need to just figure out which filter to apply at that point, although that should be possible with just switch case statement over. Oh wait, I forgot we need to do this here because this is .NET that we're programming. Over need another system IO call. IO path get extension. Scripts dot file path, and then dot to lower. So just for making sure that like nothing shouldn't be in there gets in there. So case I don't know if it actually includes the dots. We're gonna figure that out in a moment. I mean, technically you don't need to set it for TXT, but we're gonna still do it anyway. default. I mean, you could do it a bit more elegantly, but I just don't do it like this. Filter index equals 2. So. Hot reload. Select file, and it immediately has the log selected here. Perfect. This is like really an actually small improvement that we just wrote in there. I just felt like, hey, this actually is possible to improve slightly. That's fine. Put on export will work because that's all my code. There's no reason to break between versions. But we haven't verified if the events actually fire. Actually, does this actually do anything right now? Or we could just run the replay again. Because that will force the... We have my open... open Windows on the open EasyScript stomach. I'm gonna check briefly. Let me just launch my usual set of dashboards that I usually display. Actually, I'm my own stream. I need actually in this case. Not my. I mean, I need my usual as launched. God, there's a bunch of options here, I guess. Last coordinates. Okay, that's perfect. Can I move you now? It's just stuck there now. Oh, that's fun. Pause this, we don't need to run that. Now we're in the debug, which is causing it to have all these. Resized it. How do I move it? Because it's just stuck there and I can... So maybe if I switch off the debug, it would let me just move it finally, but right now it's really refusing to just be moved. Just jammed there. Where's the one that I always reproject into my thing? Where are you? Hey, ACCVR dash. Whoa, why are you so small? Bruh, that is so tiny. What the fuck? Okay, that resized it up back again. No, it just does not want to allow me to move it. Somehow, boy, it's being annoying in this case. I guess we're gonna just close SimHub briefly and reopen the program, convincing it to stop being a bitch about this. No, we still can't move it. It's still refusing to move, and it also has like some overlay stuff on top of it. I don't care. Like, let me just move the damn thing. It's not rocket science. Like, just let me move it. Also, it's for some reason 120 UI game. Why? Yeah, when your mouse over its display stuff, but like, I don't care. Like, let me just move it. Why is it just jammed into this position? Right, we close it. I'll get rid of this thing. How do you delete it? Eh? Because it's clearly broken right now, and I don't care. Oh, he made an update that I don't like. That is already like infuriating me. That's saying something. Yes, I can reopen, but I want to get rid of you. Deleting. Is that done with like this? No. Oh yeah, right. Here's delete device. Yes, thank you. Boy, I'm already annoyed. That's my own. How do we convince a thing to move to the other screen? Okay, we're just gonna quick run, window open. No, it still doesn't allow. You can scale it, sure, but like I just cannot move it. Okay, now it allows me to move. I guess the bar at the top is the only part you can move it with, when previously you could just grab the entire freaking window. Add a new saved location. Last coordinates. Problem here is that I do not have any territory that I can move it with. It's too small. Always been. Okay, we just move it like this over here and then just go. I'm gonna scale it back down correctly. But it doesn't specify how, you know. Oh yeah, it actually specifies here, right? That says these. But why can't we just set them? Why can't I just not edit the numbers? Okay? Open, place your dashboard and save the current coordinates, okay. So I guess I can move it now. Yeah, it's 100 is the size it's supposed to be. Okay, we're gonna just... It's so much easier, but like, no, we do this about as awkwardly as humanly freaking possible. And now it's also like sitting way too far away here, so that's fun. I really don't like this. This is just weird and just unnecessary to an nth degree. Okay, fine. It's SimHub start, okay. Last coordinates, fine. This is fine. We want to now also launch the other one, so we're not getting ready to launch the one we... Oh, you can change which dash is saved there. I see, that's how that works. I want to save that one, however, there. This needs to be a separate one. Last coordinates. At least that one has a larger bar so you can actually grab it and move it over. Guess, I mean, I could resize the other one here and just get it large enough that you can move it in case it needs to. Yeah, just slightly larger and you can grab it. Which is good. This is easier here. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. Rename device to WL dash and that should be that. Right, so we can finally get to the part where we launch some stuff. Where we launch my dynamic stream overlay. Right. So this one. Oh, it just switched by itself. So I guess that works. We've just proven that without like even doing any proper testing or anything. Because you can see it's triggering the event correctly. Go to state 0. It's using the system uptime. It's seconds. Modulo 50. And then it's doing all of this math effectively on it to determine which mode it should be going into. Okay, it goes through 1 and then goes up to 3, I guess. It always goes through the 1 state. Right, it works at least, so we have verified that part, which is the interesting part, the important part. I'm pretty sure add will still work. We'll just generate a new one. As far as I can see, this works. Good. Fine, EasyScript is working, and SimHubOBS for the most part seems to be also still working. So we haven't done anything majorly breaking. Actually, what is the exception that we got thrown here? The missing method exception. Although, might be more sensible to look for one. That is a bit... Because I feel like I might want to actually, you know, in case the... What is it? Wait, it's the... Script, the edit script button here with a... And when I call it, it's all of these that is just encased with something. Maybe I just throw a general try catch around it and try catch. Honestly, but I don't feel like I. Maybe we, in a contradictory move of contradictions, we throw the exception again. Which is hilarious, but at least the user can... This is not Java, this is .NET, which is, you know, worse. This is not Java, this is .NET. We in Visual Studio, not Visual Studio Code, we're in Visual Studio. This is more terrible. But all the terrible stuff is still in here. It's like it's just Java, but for not frozen, throw EX again. Or can I actually lock the exception myself? That would be interesting if I could actually. But we actually have. We should probably have access to the plugin. Therefore, we have access to the plugin manager, which allows us to probably to access logging, or we should have some way of accessing SimHub logging. That's not a function. It's suggesting something that doesn't freaking exist. It is hilarious. These autocomplete suggestions are hilariously stupid. But there should be some sort of way of doing logging in here. Some proper way. I'm pretty damn sure. I'm pretty sure I do it somewhere, maybe? Oh yeah, right, I need those two down here for like instantiation of things. They're actually used, they're just doing nothing really. Did I have to use the new lap update, I guess? Do I have to register this? There must be some leftover code here. Has to be some way of logging. What is this EasyScript logging script? Yeah. Oh yeah, there is a SimHub.logging. Yep, there it is. SimHub.logging .current.error. So, and we don't have to do something cursed like throwing the exception again, so it gets logged correctly. We're gonna do the cursed message box thing. Message box.show editor. Break. Then we need a. Let's overload this thing further. The message box button with OK. So you can only confirm this. There's nothing. And then message box image. Error. So this prevents this program from just blowing itself to smithereens immediately if something like this happens again. Hopefully it doesn't blow itself up again. Let's be real. Hopefully. I haven't actually tried something. Come to think of it, if I can store data in the root object and actually access it on the next run through. Should be able to try this. Oh, let's run this. Okay, EasyScript, properties. Add a new one briefly. Edit output. I'm going to use JavaScript, and then we'll use root. Yes. No. Set this to C for B equals 0. Else return test. Okay, apparently I've made some sort of an error here with how you do this. Documentation, because I've never done this before, genuinely. I usually just write my own entire plugin at that point, before I start doing something like this. Shell plugin, keyboard emulator, matrix. Oh, where is it in here? Command line interface? What does this thing do sometimes? Give me a thing and put it on my car. To put it on my car, I need to fill the space. Oh, you need to fill the space on your car. What sort of a... You've been asking people for images, like, are you just making some, like, collage of just weird things you slap together onto a car? Oh, I didn't even know you can do these things. Restore main window, exit, switch current game through command lines. Interesting. We can even trigger actions through the command line. So, trigger inputs. Press, release. So, that's some stuff that I didn't even know this thing can do. Wanna be on mic, yeah? Maybe. Yes, JavaScript format engine. That's what I want to do. Yeah, this is how this is supposed to work. Oh yeah, right, I'm stupid, I'm not writing. I didn't write a return statement, I just wrote like this. Right, return, and there it goes. Okay. So when we go into properties and search for test, it's null. So it doesn't work. That's a bit of an issue that I've just discovered that I usually don't consider. Clearly it can work, but like when actually run like that, it seems to just never return properly. It's a bit strange because it should technically hit the output with returning numbers technically, but like int integer performance maybe a bit lower. Okay, now it's listing. That's interesting. That is very weird. Change type back to string again. And let the perf back down. It's continuing. But why did it not work earlier? When I first created the property. I mean, I can turn it off. Yeah, it will stop execution of the property, but it will continue existing. This is odd. And let me just briefly grab this here. Okay. Oh yeah, JavaScript. So it has different properties in this case. These two. So it can separate these things correctly. Let me copy the entire output here. Paste that in, switch over, and yep, it's counting. So I don't know why it wasn't working earlier. Let's actually go back into EasyScript and switch this script back on. And it actually even continues where it stopped counting. That's impressive. How did I quite implement these scripts in the script execution? For property, because I'll probably just script. Interpreter. Run mcalc. Expression value. Oh wait, we have an expression value object. Ah, I see. So in that expression value object, we have go to definition. Definition of expression value. When you look at this, you have the actual expression. You have the last error is deterministic simple property, elevated, invalid syntax highlights. Use JavaScript is none, interpreter, expression, hash code of it, loaded expression, managed hash, loaded JS expression, entry point, serialized interpreter, reset. Yeah, effectively we're abusing the fact that we're just using the JavaScript engine that already exists on this, which has all these features built in. It does all this separating. You don't even have to think about it. Okay, done. Delete this briefly. And test is gone immediately because the code does really well for me. Right. Okay. Alright then. I think we should. Yeah, we're nearly an hour 30 in and we haven't finished. We could definitely now, I think, pack up this thing. Why have we added a reference up here that we don't even need? Try, catch, and here a bit of code. EasyScript itself, what did we change here? It says there's a change, but I can't even. No, 0 lines of change. What are you saying that there's a change? Like, come on, at least tell me what it is. If you, there's some sort of line ending that it complains about. It throws a hissy fit over right now. Yeah, there's nothing different, so I don't know why it would. Oh, maybe it's a white space change and I just removed the space somewhere. Yeah, that could be the case. Do we have somewhere the version written in here? I don't think the version is specified in these files here. But it is specified definitely in assembly information here. Right. So we're gonna change those, however, to. Actually, it will become 2.0 because copyright 2023. Okay. And this will be assembly info. Right. Do you want to change something on the... Oh, we have a change log technically. That needs to be updated. Right, let's change log time. No, I don't have that in the editor right now here. Good. Could I kindly open in File Explorer? Thank you. I don't think we need anything else changed. If the readme is fine, there's nothing that we need to change there, but the changelog needs to just have the version. I mean, the thing is, the version 2 doesn't really change. In terms of code, nothing changes, but like... So, fixed select. Why am I spelling everything large? Doesn't need to be. Now opening the coming up with the correct folder. That's what we need here. Why am I spelling source? Recompile to fix the incompatibility with SimHub, source code. Needs to compile against the correct side. I was like, yep. So, that's right. We're gonna obviously omit this part here out of the document, but we're gonna keep it in this changelog file, just to make it a bit easier. Right, we're gonna need to also, for the proper release, because I include in the release, if I remember correctly. If I just download my own plugin briefly, illustration sakes. So we're gonna rename that briefly so we can just immediately start working. So 2.0. The readme can stay, but the license.txt, well, license.txt, changelog however needs to go, and the DL needs to go. Just so we don't mess this up. Changelog can get copied to desktop. Rename.txt. Okay. And then we need to compile a version briefly. And switch to release and build. And then we need to have this open already here. Grab in bin, release. How much stuff just gets imported here. And then script DLL and the changelog TST. Okay, so we have all together. then we need to just upload the version and also make the commit here. Can I use our changelog this line here? So dialog, okay. Commit staged. Push. We go up to GitLab. We need to refresh here to... Wait, we are over here on the correct file already. Project information. Repository tags. Create a new tag here. Zero. Message. And then create tag. This done. Yeah, we can also make a release out of that. That can come later. Because the annoying part with releases on here is just they make it as bad as cancer as you can get. I don't even know what releases is here. It's just it's so weird. The service is sometimes weird. Oh yeah, deployments releases. There it is. So. Create on this tag name. Version 2.0.0. Actually, we need to also release this movement on here first, I think. Post an update. 0.0. Version 9.0. Higher. Version 9 plus. And then copy this message over here again. Release a new version. Version number 2.0.0. Attach files. Oh, that opens that folder. Oh, that's a bit sus. Not too bad, I think. Yeah, I think that's just about within the realms of allowance. EasyScript 2.0. So here it is. And then save. Because yeah, here assets in the releases is like just it's like add assets to your release. It's just like it's only designed to like work with polyphrase. It's like, yeah, this stuff is just for the CLCDI, but like I don't want to use. I mean, CLCDI is cool and all, but like it's just it's not for this purpose. So URL, in this case the history. Just match the download link as this copy link address. Yep. URL and link title is script.zip. Create release. Because I think they specifically also link to specific versions. Yeah. Get links to a specific version. Historically, that's how I did that. Oh yeah, we need to update now the main page here. Hit resource. How did I do this with? Because I have another resource that had a compatibility break in the past, which was the headlight flasher. I didn't actually check the headlight flasher if that's broken, but like that's a separate plugin, so I don't need to. Important, version 2.0 requires SimHub 7.4.7 and beyond. This is due to a keyword emulator library version. And we're gonna, for the most part, just fucking steal this stuff. And so, SimHub versions 9.0. But you can't edit 0.0. 9.4. Therefore, plunge. Look. Not compatible with SimHub, right? Okay, so that works. I mean, I could announce on the Discord that the fix is now out. The SimHub Discord. Could definitely announce that, I would say. It's not publicly released, we can... software gallery. What did I... last time I posted something of this post? It's just posting the link would probably fix this. I think I want to include one of the old posts, yeah. Oh yeah, I can't use from while stream mode is enabled. That's always fun. From me. In software gallery. EasyScript. Last release is over a year ago at this point, man. It's been a hot minute. My last commit was over a year ago. Yeah, they changed how images are embedded as well. I think I'm gonna actually use this image. It's smaller, it's invasive. We wanna just attach one image, and we're not changing anything really. Underline. Okay, that's our underline. Okay, that's good. EasyScript version 2. Oh, I passed by accident. Whatever. It's not the end of the world. Version. Update message. Right, so. That fixes that problem. We've dealt with part 1, now part 2 begins, which is we go back to SimHubOBS. Yeah, that is fun. SimHubOBS is back on the menu now. We're gonna briefly pull here also. Because tag will show up that way. Okay, so this is done. Visual Studio. Oh yeah, I should have. Run as administrator? Yes. I left a like on your stream, thank you. So, SimHubOBS, that's where we left off. That's where we're gonna continue here. Yeah, because we have to actually also fix some stuff. Because we have here. Oh, this is fun. Because we're probably gonna want to rebase the fixed additional events one onto the master into the SimHub fork branch. Yeah, that's gonna need some rebasing. Because that would make it quite a lot cleaner. But we will just for now stay with this just to get something that works, because there's nothing really right now completely wrong with it. We need to have some. Oh wait, this is not what we want. No, this is not what we want either. Close. We want to get back into the helper, custom action, and one thing that I realized after in between my the last two streams is that set scene item visibility. What is happening here is that we call here a scene, right? I get scene item ID is here a function, but like we retrieve this scene with the current program scene. We could totally allow the user to actually set which scene the scene item is in. We could totally allow that. There's nothing speaking against that, because of how things have now been edited. You can see we also use logging here. So that can be done. We also need to figure out which function the guy actually that asked me to do this development in the first place here wants to even be included at this point. Because, you know, that's kind of important. Well, I thought of another thing that we will do probably later. I should probably dig out the DM, honestly. But it is difficult because it's so far in the past. Christmas. I definitely didn't do this before. Yeah, okay, here's the guy who asked me in the first place. So he wanted to change the URL of browser source in OBS when the track changes. Change it in the opacity value of color correction effect filter in the source in OBS. So those are the fun stuff. So we definitely need to look into how we're gonna serialize some stuff. I've actually noted them down somewhere because we have the. That's nice. Custom action container, we don't care about that one. We care about the here's my custom action handler actually. Also, map and run only has properties passed, and we need to change that for sure. That needs to be changed because we need actually access to the plugin manager for value retrieval. My custom action. That's this interface here. Ah yeah, here's SimHubOBS custom actions right here. Set source filter settings, set source filter, set get inputs, and set input settings. I think that's not setting the browser source yet. We're gonna have to look into that one specific. Although I think maybe that does that. I think yeah, the get input setting and set input settings do that. Boy, that's fun stuff. How we're gonna debug them and put this all back together in some way. Fun stuff. But we need to first. One of the things we need to do is actually change how we interact with properties, because we need to check if the property is a. We need to. I think what we're gonna start off with is finally implemented that we are checking if it is the property is a SimHub property and not just like some random text, right? We need to do that. We need to implement a way to select properties, so we're probably gonna have to refer back to our previous thing because yeah, there's some function stuff that we need to probably look back into .peak again soon, because the binding editor, well, that calls on has a button function obviously to open the get properties, I think, somewhere, and pick formula click, and then fill a color, pick function color, text change, pick setting color, text change preview, images are loaded, edges are unloaded. Where is it? Somewhere in here it's... There should be a button for... Well, that's a properties picker, not actually the formula picker. Yeah, this is a property picker, yeah. Okay, property picker. And where does property picker come from? Which declaration? And output plugins dash WP UI, and it's a public class. That is all good. Because that means you can easily get data out of it. Right. I mean, this is technically the code from the old plugins, but I'm pretty sure he hasn't changed that part. As he seems to not have really changed any of these things. So we should be still able to call it. Right, we need... so what actually calls this function map and run? What are the references again? How do we get in here? Under references? Add action, custom action, and do we have here some... new custom action, helper, custom map and run. Yeah, we're not getting the plugin manager into here. Okay, if we're passing the properties into here, but we're not passing the plugin manager. I mean, we could potentially... Oh yeah, right, this is the custom action helper. This gets a... action with dictionary string passed into it. Yeah, an action that takes a dictionary string method, right? Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Although we could slightly alter it to allow it to enter a plugin manager as well. Right. So the method has a plugin manager, so we can pass the plugin manager every time. Because we also have the plugin manager for trigger action here, which allows us to have a easy access to a plugin manager. Plugin manager method. This is gonna obviously break some stuff briefly. Plugin manager, okay. Again, invoke, we pass in properties, we pass in the plugin manager here. And then this class is clear. But now iCustomAction function needs to be altered to take for map and run also a plugin manager. Okay. Wait, no, come on. Plugin manager, okay. And then we need also a fully implemented function with a default implementation, which allows us to retrieve dictionary values out through the plugin manager. To do retrieval on this stuff more. This is how you became a fanboy. Right. Yeah, got it. I think, however, having a static implementation for this stuff might make more sense. And we could go over here, have a static implementation for this. So we don't have to call on some instance of the class, which is called public static. Actually, probably do I want to go internal? No, public. Stay public with this. Get value. Get value from dictionary, and it takes the dictionary string. It takes a plugin manager, and it last takes a string key. Also, we need to specify that this is not the type that this returns, and this is a string. The thing is, the value that is in the string. I mean, if it's a null, it might as well also not exist, so you kind of circle around the drain in that case. Yeah, I think that is fine. Okay, so if properties dots contains property does not contain key. Did I misspell it here? That's bitching about it. Return null. Why are you bitching about this? Oh yeah. Yeah, you need to use contains key. Right. Okay. Return null in that case. Yes, it does. Value. If could do some regulars. Can I head pet the fox? Maybe. Maybe. I don't even know how well that works. Come on. The update rate on my phone is struggling at times. VNN is doing an absolute excellent job at keeping all of this shit alive. Let's be real. How do I make sure that something isn't... You know, we can just do the usual stuff of trim. That's cast value dot trim. Well, actually, do we do to lower? Because I'm not sure. Are actually properties case sensitive when they're getting retrieved? Not too sure. How this is done here? It's like, can I do regex? Because in the string, yeah, it's interesting, but I will specifically. Okay, element add. Right, but element add or default. So, or default value is the index is out of range. Yes, we want to use this function here, otherwise we're gonna fly off the fucking handle in instances in an instant. Add default, and we specify the index as 0 equals this bracket open, and I mean, you could probably match this with a regex expression better than what I'm doing here, but this is good enough for me. I don't want to dig out where the regex library is in .NET. And frankly, regex is enough cursed as it is, so let's perhaps not put ourselves into that trauma. SimHub equals value.trim.replace this here with nothing and place this here with nothing. So you're telling me an empty character is not valid, but I'm pretty sure an empty string is. Checkmate atheist. So that is valid. Also, we need to here do a. I mean, this is inefficient. That's all. Honestly, we should do a. Prop test equals this. This, and then this dot length -1. So SimHub property, then we go to here and go plugin manager to get property value, SimHub property, and then which we set value equals this, and return value. Oh yeah, right, they are not strings necessarily. Ah, that is a fun one always. Can we cast toString here? Just simply say toString and we should be done with it. That should fix that problem. Oh wait, no, that doesn't fix the problem. Oh, this is critical. This should, however, allow it. Because if this here returns null, if you call then a function on it, you will get a null pointer exception. But this should mean that it only executes toString when this part is not null. So that should all now work fine. And now we need to start implementing these all over the place with all of these functions. So strap in, we're gonna have to do some implementing. This includes changing the signature of this function here. At least we're gonna immediately have this plugin manager. Okay. We're gonna change this here. To be string profile name equals SimHubOBS custom actions dot get value from dictionary properties plugin manager, and then the key for it is profile name. Profile name equals null. And then we set over here the profile name. So now this is specified here. This is all fine for this here. I'll copy this here. And move over to set current scene. Similar code here required. String scene name. Gonna have to add the plugin manager anyway here in a second. Name equals null. Then do this, else C name. Here's nothing. Good. Scene collection. It is a lot of monotonous code in this sense. Collection. Oh wait, I copied. Copied the wrong thing. Okay, copy, paste, scene collection name. Once the autocomplete was thinking out of me. Goes null. Goes scene collection. Goes scene transition. Damn it, why did I copy that again? There's no reason to copy it. Copy, paste, transition, plugin manager. Oh yeah, right, I copied the transition name here. Transition goes null, else all of this is still working the same. Set transition duration. Transition equals null. Transition. Null number. Okay, and this casts here for this. Okay, so I think this is fine again. The plugin manager was not imported this time around. Huh. Some plugins. Why are you not importing the plugin manager in this case? That's a bit irritating. Set preview scene, which uses set current scene in this case. It again forgets to just import the plugin manager, I guess. It's my error list right now. It said item scene item visibility has not imported it yet. That's fine. That's all good. Scene name, scene name. Null. We'll log an error, else we're gonna output my stuff. Okay. Good stuff. Right. Okay then. There's one remaining. Set scene item visibility. The one where I actually wanted to change this. Large ones too. Plugin manager. I didn't have that clipboards correctly. source name, source name. Name equals null. Maybe actually, if it's not connected, it's also gonna exit in this case. But here is gonna be the change to this code. So we need to change here that it doesn't use properties again down here. I think I still use, oh god, I've just realized. I might still use in logging properties a few times on a lot of these. No, this doesn't log it. This doesn't log either what it's changing to. This doesn't log it either. This doesn't. This doesn't. This doesn't. Good, so it's only the scene item that's says to change what actually it logs. Right. So that part is implemented, so it can actually handle properties and pass those on. Good. Sounds adequate. We now need to change the window. It's this one. Oh, we're not seeing much there. Oh, now it's loaded. It just took ages. Right, so we do need to briefly check because the value column contains a yeah, that has already a trigger on the combo box dropdown opened. Because I wanted to check some code here. Combo box item count is 0, then clear the list. I can't really figure out what this combo box belongs to. Item source binding possible values, yes. Although we could go in and we need to check how this is. Push definition. Action editor model, because this needs to also be altered. Because yeah, this needs to be updated on function change. Ping me here. Someone is very happy that I fixed the problem. Right. But this is just awkward in how this is programmed here, because we're effectively making a recursive call here, kind of, and just hoping it doesn't blow my entire program up. We're doing an on-function change call, yeah? People want still pay me for this stuff. Ah, too awkward for this shit. Didn't someone actually come to think of it? Because I did get contacted once for someone who wanted to pay me. Or, yeah, EasyScript something. Boy, yeah. And he asked for that in May. If these things could be done. I could have done all of these things but now updated my stuff. God. And what did I do? I just like fixed a small bug. Yeah, there's definitely some stuff that needs to go on the agenda for this plugin again. Man, I should have fixed all of these things. He just reminded me that I should have probably looked at this. Properties should be respelled to properties. Like, come on. Yes, that was. I should be able to output sorting relatively easily. Something shouldn't be impossible to add. We shouldn't think about it. God damn it. Possible values, because possible values is the... Right now, how possible values works is that it actually calls on the func to get the possible values. What we could, however, instead do is actually set the possible values. And do an update that way. Where do we... if the name changes, we do update possible values. But I think as soon as you update possible values, there's the problem that you could potentially lose the values in there. That's a thing that happens regularly. We're no longer working on EasyScript, we're now working back on my... I'm back on SimHubOBS. I need to push this finally furthermore. Yeah, because the advantage is that I can just... You know, I could temporarily... No, I can't store the... Well, I can actually store the value. Right, I can. But actually only of the one that doesn't get possible values updated. It doesn't change. It changes. Not good. I mean, this does work right now, it's just that it, as for the specific new edition that I'm making here, no longer work. So let's go back to scene item disability. We can get optional properties. And there, if properties dot contains key scene name then return null. Actually, don't return null, we need to return an empty array. Because return null disables the ability to create new properties. That's how that works. I think I need to return an empty string. A new string array. Length 0. In the other case, we return a new string array again, but containing scene name. So this is done. Then, having done this, we can go in here and then go here, and say, I need this here still. Scene name, and then go in here, string, if scene equals null, then go scene equals this. No, we have, I mean, yes, we can collapse the assignment here. Oh boy, that gets a bit long, but like, I mean, I have longer lines. Yeah, this is how this works now. So we can start testing this. Okay, SimHub, test case. We want to go source toggle. Actually, yeah, it will use the scene that it retrieved up here. So that's gonna be fine. Source name, we'll go with monster1. We had a new, and that immediately threw an error. That immediately threw an error. System argument null exception, but you cannot be null. Oh. Parameter name key. So what did we get passed into here? Yeah, because how is this null? How is the name of this thing null? Yes, it got just created, but like, why aren't they defaulted to strings? What is the stack here? Get possible names. Oh yeah, right. We call this for possible names. For this, it builds the properties. Okay. Also, no, shouldn't this all prevent this from a null pointing? Hold on a second. This should not null point at any point. How are you null pointing here? Oh yeah, right. It is null pointing because we're because yes, this is not null pointing here, but like it causes an argument null exception because it doesn't allow add in the dictionary here to make a null call. Okay, I understand now what is causing this. Okay, so easy way for now is to just if name is unequal null, do it like this probably. Also, oh yeah, you need to make brackets around this one. But just come to think, we could do string dot is null or empty. Use this as a check. So, and then we don't need to do this anymore. Rebuild and apply changes. Still displays the color underneath that. In any case, we need to go back to test, edit. It's not a set current scene, it will be source toggle, new property, select your scene name. Can't do that on that one. Right. Okay, we wanna. Oh, oops. That's a bit of an oversight. We need to go back to the set scene items visibility, because I forgot here to get possible values. Yeah, because we need to actually check which property we're asking for. If equals for source name, then do this. Else else if property equals scene name, and then we're just gonna otherwise return. Is null an option? Can I return null without it collapsing my entire program at times? I think in transition I return actually. Oh, do I? Actually, transition duration it would be. Not get current set changes. Yeah, possible value is null because you can literally not select anything. Null. Okay. Scene name, for which we will go back actually to set scene and use this here. It is awkward code, but it works, so we don't complain. Turn this here, apply. So we just need to then trigger a. I feel like we should be able to trigger one with just changing this value. Yes, that was enough. Changing that value was enough to result in a of being able to reselect this. So, we can specifically specify the scene we want. Also, we should here go back down here and use this string here to actually get the items for this one. Oh, we don't have a plugin manager in here. But we do actually have an access to a plugin manager, because we can just go plugin dot plugin manager, and that's how we can get a plugin manager here into here. So we always have one. Scene. And this allows us all to use these things. Like this. Voila. So, and hit it. We need to hard reload the code here, but like, let's just try it out. So that works. Which key was this again? OEM open brackets. All the keys disabled on this. M3, quotes, OEM1. Question, plus. Yeah, okay, open brackets was this key. I see. Right, okay. It's funny when you're defining the keys and the actions still trigger in the background. That's a bit strange, but okay. Well, let's just say this for storage, because I'm pretty sure that item is also in storage available. The thing is, you have to save it briefly, then you can see the list updated. Because of how the code right now works, it's a bit of a limitation, but it does work. You can select a certain item here. You can edit these, trigger it, briefly enter studio mode here and select storage. And yeah, that toggles correctly on that end. Let me just turn the studio mode back off, change it, turn it back on, and yeah, turn itself off. So you can change items that are not even in your scene. We've gotten this far now. We can manipulate items that aren't even in your scene. For their time to be alive in some ways. Right. Come to think of it, we will have a lot of stuff that will manipulate scene items. So maybe I should recycle some of this code. Because for example, I'm gonna need the source name, definitely. That's gonna be something we need. We need the scene name again. And we need to recycle all of this code here. All of this code down here also needs to be recycled. So definitely I'm gonna think about refactoring this stuff a bit. Also, something the guy mentioned is like that you need to, if you create an infinite loop, you can end up in the problem that you don't get your stuff saved. And yeah, that's a bit of a problem. But what we can do for this stuff, right, is whenever a save is triggered, we can also go in and write the config file back into the file system. Because this currently only happens when you properly close them up. This has some advantages for debugging, because you can just, if you mess up, you can just kill the program with the task manager and it doesn't, or for the debugger and it doesn't survive. But, you know, we should probably implement that. Where is the function call for when SimHub exits? There's so much code. Yeah, here's the end. Here, this.save common settings. Save common settings, a function that is, yeah, it's public. So I can call everyone who has access to this function, to the SimHub plugin, can call it on this plugin. And call in the saving specifically of these things. But I should probably make this a tad easier. A public void things. Just does this specific call for us. Okay, and now we need to make sure this thing gets called effectively. Here, settings controls. This needs to on the not load settings, but the tweaks button apply. Right, all of this stuff is done here. So we should probably go plug in save settings. This happens on apply, and then also for the custom actions when we here exit on save, that we also call on the plugin the save function, so it updates all of this. To do validate properties. That's fun. Button agree. Click this dot close, and then we can still call plugin dot save settings, or should be able to, because close only I think hides the window. It doesn't dispose of the object yet. Hopefully that happens later. Or we can just move this up one row to deal with that problem. Right. So this makes it that stuff when it saves actually freaking saves, and that's just worth gold at that point. Yeah, I wanted to rework this thing, but like, I mean, that part can wait. We can wait for the rework on this front here. Yeah, we can wait for that rework. So I'm actually just noticing we have a scroll bar here. That should not happen. This thing is slightly wider than it should. Should not embed with a scroll bar down here. So that needs to be fixed, I guess. Although it will actually embed a scroll bar as soon as we have so many properties that will get long enough at that point. If we have to do formatting and stuff, yeah, this is gonna be fun. Let's quickly close this again. So, what did I want to do here? This is fine. Don't want to do anything on here. Set current scene can stay. Action editor model. That might need tweaks at some point. Right now is fine. That's will support my stuff. Action editor window. Let's see, yes, that's probably also gonna be fine right now, but may need tweaks. This here need tweaks. Actually, we're gonna need tweaks on the other part as well. Because we need here a button for showing these. Actually, I should have left SimHub open for this. A column for 195, 190, and the LV properties here is how wide? Oh, it doesn't have a width defined, I guess. It just has margin on the sides. No width definition. This is at times like chaotic to say the least. Drop down opens. How am I gonna pull this stuff off right now? To add the button to make these things work. Hmm. So we need to stuff another button into here. Why make another column just for those buttons? Honestly, that may make sense just to stuff another column into here. Just so we don't have to think too much about it. Is there any way here to find how many columns there are? I don't think there is. It's good. I think the entire thing probably wants a bit more width. Let's actually minimize this window briefly because it makes it a bit easier when we're editing stuff here, so I can see actually what we're doing. Yep, this gave it a smidge more width, which allows us to actually put stuff in here. Right. But we'll still probably run out of space very quickly, so I should likely just increase the width of the entire window by like a decent chunk. I guess that didn't quite completely adapt down the row here. Where's the problem? Oh yeah, this is very small defined. And then yeah, but like this doesn't define any width, so why does it not increase? I mean, we're not requesting really anymore. Increase this by 50, so up to 240. Oh yeah, it will start taking up more space when you just tell it to do tell it to do so. It will start actually taking up the space. I see. So 295 because it's going to be a bit much. Minimize this, I think, because we need here width. Increase that by 50 to 230. 235 would work as well. 235 actually gets the. No, does it get chopped off a bit? I think it doesn't. I'm not certain. Looks like these things get chopped off and they don't. Because this boundary here is just a bit low visibility for some reason. I mean, this is shorter, but like it doesn't matter. Gonna include a new column here. Doesn't have any header. Just drop the entire header out of it. Or can I just remove then the header at all completely? This needs to be a bit smaller so the other thing fits in. A bit more smaller. 200. Okay, it's probably a bit much. So we don't need that much space on this one. 15. A bit more. 30. And we need to also increase the size on this one, which needs to go up to 205. So things look correctly spaced here. Okay, 210 will get chopped. 205 fits. So that's what sure we need, instead of a combo box, this will be a button here. Button with a specific text symbol on it. Well, as far as I know, they are text symbols. What they do with content. If. It's actually not run any sizing. I'm gonna just not define any of that. Drop down open. We don't have items, so we don't have any of these. The thing is, actually, we need to figure out when we have a button on this thing, we need to pass in which button it actually is that we're calling, right? So, on which button have we actually pressed? Yeah. That is the slightly complicated part. Figuring out which button you pressed. Gonna drop the combo box out of here. Right, scripted this slice here, and let's allows us to just minimize it down to this small button here. And this now needs a callback function. So I still feel like these things are a bit too large and don't fit completely. Go down to 200, I think, on this. This then needs to go back down to 195. Ironic. We still need more space on this side because, kind of, I don't know how we're gonna serialize the JSON at times. That's gonna be a bit fun. That's gonna be fun. I can tell you that already. Right. Because it needs to give us just enough space so we can fit. Okay, 20 is not enough width. Clearly fit the letter in there. Margin of 0. It's using that already. The thing is, I want to. Actually, we can just spam new right now to test. Yeah, it can fit the scroll bar here without generating something new. Okay, that's all good. Actually, we might want to have a flag that determines if something is already a property. You know. Isn't there actually maybe an ability to set some sort of data in here? Oh, it doesn't give me hints right now. That looks good right now, good enough. Let's go back into code. Oh, I'm just noticing I didn't... Oh, you don't need to set commas, I see. Let's... Context... We definitely need a function on it. So on... Click... new event handler. Except we're probably going to rename it immediately. Rename. Wait. Selector open click. Okay. So we can always immediately figure out which to send is in this case. Run this code instead of combo box, however, we'll select the button. Oh, we forgot here, brackets closed. And now we're gonna breakpoint into here. Gonna see how this works. What we actually have on the button in terms of information. Because that would be mildly interesting what we have here. So edit, press. What does our sender have in terms of information? Background color, binding, fitness categories, click mode, release, clip, content, data context. And boom, we have the property row here. It is already the data context. That makes stuff a lot easier. And this also will enable us actually up here to update stuff upon opening the row, which would make everything a lot better. Yeah, let's actually do both of these. Yeah, you can just get data context, and we know it's a property row as well. So get all the good data here. Continue. Okay. Dot data context is property row. Yeah. Right, we need to action edit a model dot property row So, and then we can go into here and go take from this function effectively. And change this here so we can have underscore possible. It's not public, it should be private. Possible values, okay. Get set. Actually, I don't even need to write a storage for this data. I could just invoke it and just tell it to update these. We don't even, because this does a let's get the function. Because if you just trigger the onProperty changed for this thing, for the possible values here, this should already work. We don't even need to run all the other stuff. That doesn't even need to be run in this case. No, not on function change. Oh wait, onProperty change is not a, yeah, it's a predicted function. Right. It's probably better if I do it how I'm thinking to do it. A setter and a getter. Maybe that allows me to also protect values from being manipulated that way. Owner with no plugin is in this case defined. Actually, we don't even need to do this workaround for getting to the plugin. We just have access to the plugin, but we do need the. Actually, we don't even. We can model dot function to access it. We don't need to have the workaround here. This makes it a lot easier. And we need to then run model.build properties and then do this, and this gives us the items, and these items we will write then into the we would call on the property row dot possible values. Oh, wait, we're updating possible values. We don't even know if this is the field for possible values, because this is also functions for the update for. Actually, we're updating possible values, and we can update also the possible function values. We can do both. This doesn't set the values that are set in this comment box. It just sets what is set in this row, right? It makes sense. It's not a name, however. This is on the property rotor name. Okay, possible values, and we should probably repeat this entire thing for. Yeah, the program is running, so I'm gonna like this. Property changed. Okay. Get return possible values. And then we can probably just comment this code out. I don't even need to run it anymore. This here on function change values, these values again back up so they we don't need to call this anymore, because that's always updated whenever the dropdown is opened. The dropdown will always change itself when it's opened, so that's not a problem. The dropdown will always do updates on itself. This will always call possible names. But this could also do something similar to this code down here. Possible names. So returning this here. Also, I have probably just removed the entire requirement for there being an owner for this thing. Return possible names. Okay, so the owner at this point used. It's in non-existent references at this point. Okay, so. Oh yeah, right, we're not breakpointed. Or are we? I thought we weren't anymore. But I had continue execution. Yeah. Close. Okay. On property changed. Let's see if my changes here are actually gonna work, or if they're gonna backfire spectacularly here. We also need to then here update property row dot possible names. Optional properties. Oh yeah, we didn't pass anything in this case. Right. Previously this was referring up to possible names. This function here. Get function and then get the optional names. I need to modify how accessible some of this stuff is, because I probably don't need some of these values, some of these fields. I can cut some code here. Definitely. Pretty damn sure. Just or pass optional. If we actually properly ever update possible names, because it needs to be updated when. Oh yeah, here possible names or property change gets called. Yes, right. Function change. Honestly, we don't even need to do anything anymore. I forgot function change. I think we don't even need this function at all anymore. Obsolete. Oh, it doesn't like that I. Why? It's like, because it's not. There's a certain situation where it really doesn't like you changing anything within something, so it instantly goes to break stuff. This is too large actually. This is cutting part of the box off. I'm just noticing. This works perfectly. This is like no problems whatsoever. I mean, I delete this thing here. I create a new one. Get the C name again. Oh. That's a bit of a problem. Because there we are back to the good old age problem of like, as soon as you update the list of things, as soon as you run the onProperty change on this thing here, it will just delete all of your values in the process again. So that's fun stuff. We can, however, because we know how this thing works, right? Just go, okay, possible names is updating, we get the name, call this, and then we go name equal n, and that solves the problem again. We just need to do the thing again for value. Var v equals value, and then write value equals v again. This can be cut. This can be cut. This entire function can be dropped out of the code. At this point, it won't compile at all anymore. I know. Just exit SimHub here. Because in this state, it will compile. Gonna see some errors for sure here. And I think I can also get rid of the owner. Initialization, we don't need the owner set. Where's an error here? Because this is flagging something. Model. Just setting up stuff again. Don't care. We don't need to create anything at that point. We just need to instantiate this thing. This is for the WebSocket client, we don't care about that part. Right. Okay. The fact that this has become so much easier due to me rewriting it this way is not even funny. But just checking it like this. Right. And then we can also do this for the button then finally. Oh man, there's a bunch of new games added here. Let's actually filter those out briefly. Those are fine. No, we don't want code masters. I can keep these go around. Drift, Expansum, Formula Truck 2013, NASCAR Racing 2003 season, RDS, Simben can stay, Evolve of the Game, and WRC Generations. Much better. Less clutter, yeah. Alright, okay then. It's not letting a drop down open, because, well, the only option is the scene name, and that's already selected. Delete it again, create it, scene name, okay. Open the other drop down, select the storage. Get all the scenes. It just works. Now will the fun part begin, actually. And this is implementing the property picker for this thing. Also probably a flag that indicates if the color actually because we do in SimHubOBS custom actions, we do this test here to test if something is a property, right? So maybe it makes sense to write another function here. Say boolean name string view, and we need a plugin manager to pass in. That's the heck of it. String value. Where's the plugin manager? Nice string value. Okay. And then we're gonna include this bit of code. Get property value. Oh, no. All properties names. Returns a full list of all the properties. God, that would not be efficient to call every single time on the on this up here. That would not be efficient if we call this to check if something is a property. But like, this would be acceptable for. Property, attach property, clear properties, Get all property names, get attached property, get process name, get property value, set property, trigger input first. Yeah, we have only really to 100% make sure that the property actually exists, right? We would have to get all property names. We have to go in and get all property names. Item in bar item in times the 3 hours in at this point. Item dot yeah, right. Item equals what we need to do this here. This function property then return true. Inefficient as all hell, dangerously inefficient, but for the interface that's fine. Interface can always be slow. No one cares about the interface speed. Well, people do care, but like these operations, inefficiently slow means we're talking about milliseconds. That probably just takes to execute. While when you talk with that the get value from dictionary, when the action is called, this needs to execute within nanoseconds. This is not something we can wait ages for to finish up everything. So yeah, this stuff has to actually work. Right. Okay, then we have the button. Always be enabled. I think usually you would probably set the button color with a for here for the model. Would be a nice idea, perhaps set the color here based on if the property returns this property. The property value is actually something. Yeah, we could easily do that. Right. Okay. Public. Actually, what data type is this? Because we wanna set this properly. Button dot. It's a brush. Public brush. Okay, which one do you have here? System Windows controls. What does this button have here? A brush that is from System Windows Media. So you actually have the correct brush because there might be multiples. Windows.media brush. prop button color get. It only has a getter because we just run over the call. What's the function? Various custom actions dot this value properties name, and but this wouldn't use value. That's what I'm doing there. Start value. Actually, yes, because I thought this through. This or yeah, it's done again. So statement's done again. This I didn't allow me to short type this. No or no. Well, actually, it's done the other way around. Standard. Windows. This is confusing to say the least. Dot. Sort of predefined system Windows Media solid color brush objects. Brushes dots. Here we have the good stuff. Okay, and there's a certain green we want. Green, what is? What's the default color of a button? Of button. I think light gray or something like that. Oh yeah, we need a plugin manager. We don't have access to a plugin manager anymore because we removed the owner. I see, that's a bit of a problem. The one time you need the... How do I get it? It's like, you just removed that. You just removed that part of the code. And it would have been so easy. It would have been otherwise so easy because we need the plugin manager past that, because we obviously need to check if the plugin exists. We could do a hacky workaround of getting the value because SimHubOBS always has an instance of itself in there, which would allow us to always get the plugin manager this way. This does work. You can get these things through this, but like to say this is not great is an understatement. But you know, we'll just work with this for now. We need a if value changes, then we call an onProperty changed also on name of prop button color, which will cause this function to execute again, and which will validate if this is a property. So the button background will then be dealt with. We just need to define this in the XMLA here, that the background is defined as binding path prop button color. We just switch the keyboard layout. That's not good. Because there's one with a US keyboard in there. It's like it's just playing Among Us in that sense. Sender dot. Do we? Oh wait, we're not using the sender. We use the button. Which allows us to do. Honestly, we don't even need to check if it's a button, but like it's whatever. We've already done this. We just need to go here, button, because the data context should be, I think, available on the sender even. Sender dot. You don't have a data context. Okay, fine. Doesn't have a data context. Then we need to anyway cast this already. Put row. And now the fun stuff begins, where what we looked up in .p. We need a properties picker from this space. Complaining about something again? Do I have a bracket? Yeah, there's a missing bracket again. I don't know why it's missing them constantly. Properties picker. So, what can you do when you're instancing one of them? Because pp.show dialog, bind it to this, and then the action. Okay. Good. Show dialog. This, and we have an action on it. So this is the real fun part. Extract. Because in this case, if the result is null, we just return. Oh yeah, right. It gets the data context, so it can get which interpreter is running. Select text equals this, which this just inserts these into the text. Right. Return else. Else clause. How was it again here defined? It's result get property name. So if the result is not null, it has a property name in it. Property name. And then we do the same thing that they did, which is to append this in the beginning and the end. and then go into property row dot value equals this. Okay, that was simple. If it works, that is. Let's briefly do something here on EasyScript. We wanna briefly create something. No, we don't want an event, we want a property. Test. Okay, we want to edit output. And this just outputs a string called stream start. Jump to this thing. Stream start. It's literally a fixed string, but like whatever, we just want to return this. So then we can go over here to test. Well, the gray tone is a bit different, but okay, fine, that doesn't matter too much. And we're gonna select here the scene name, and oh boom. There's no container defined. Well, that's a bit of an issue. Minor problem, slight issue, it can't be launched like this. Can't attach to the action editor, but like the action editor can be attached to. Do I need to do that? This can actually attach to it. What does the binding editor implement that allows it to attach? Well, it isn't. Well, it is required to be in. What does this call even? The new version of it is an item, right? Window.getWindow gets the parent window. Thing is, this is a standalone window. We don't attach anything to it. So I docker window hosts. That was with else. It's not. So where did it die here on this function call? Call stack. Where did the exception actually get thrown? Beauty tiles. Okay, simple child window is the actual function. It stack trace. God, it's gonna be fun to read always. So here it calls on this. It calls then to show dialog, which calls the show child window function. Okay. Which then calls into metro simple child window show child window async function. Okay, so we go into configuration show child window. God, this is getting completely out of hand very quickly. Yeah. Because it needs to attach to my window, right? I would like that to happen. But like for some reason it must wait. Does it show me which line of code it triggered it on? I mean, we know it's called the show child window function. Okay. So where is show child window in here? Yep, configuration.show child window. Right, it went down here and that caused the entire mess. What happens if I implement iDockable window host? We need to close this anyway because it's dead. This thing's not dead. We need to. What happens if we do an iDockable window host? Right. What are the requirements for you? Okay, interesting that it wants to meet it. Everyone dock. Okay, fine. I guess we're gonna add a reference to that briefly. No, I don't feel like doing that. Can I convince it to like launch without doing the other things? So I said, oh, yes, briefly. Hmm. Do we have another option of showing the picker by? Dialog window instead of show dialog. Does this do anything? I don't think it does anything special. Just check. No, this does exactly call the same function, so that does nothing. Thing is, if I attach it actually to my, do I have access to the? If I grab an instance of the other one, I should have access to it, but like, it's just not great. I would like it to show without having to, like, go through all of the other steps. Okay, private. Well, that's set on instantiation. That window host. Actually, what happens if I pass a null into here? But make a dependency object that is null. Okay, we do here a window.getParent window on it. Pretty sure if you pass a null into this function, it will die. wanna get windows. Like that's just gonna return null. That will just kill the program immediately. Actually, this has its own. I can attach it to lower instance, but like that doesn't make sense. You know, I float this window for a reason, kind of, sort of. Probably shouldn't be. It should be done perhaps a bit better than what I'm doing right now. We could totally attach it to its owner and at least get something to work. Because the owner will actually function. So then it will attach to... Oh yeah, we lost the property again, didn't we? Yeah, that is the problem that I earlier talked about. Edit output, stream, start. Okay. Test here. It still doesn't like it. Oh, wait, I never set the owner? That's strange. I thought I would set that one, but like apparently I didn't set the owner of this window. Also, we've just tried out what happens if you set it to none, because apparently that ain't working either. Okay. Oh. I do need to take a brief break at this point. I'll be right back. Oh, my microphone is blocked out, I've just noticed. For one moment, I don't check it and it does stuff. Great. Not like anybody cares anyway. What do we else have here? Nice things. But yeah, I can just go to the bathroom. Figure out a way how I got to mount this thing. Right. Okay then. Okay. That seems fine now. Well, I'm back. We still don't have, however, a solution for this problem. So, the less fun part is figuring out how to solve this problem. Right. I think the solution I will probably go for is to actually implement iDockable, or figure out what they did over here. Yes. Right, this implements dialog base. Right. This function here on the dialog result. Show dialog. This decides if it's either a dockable window, a parent windows, and dialog window host. Okay, something a bit different. Ah, dialog options has flagged force new window. Oh, that is neat. That actually, might work for us. So we need to pass the dialog options in. The new feature is actually gonna come in handy for me. God, that's gonna be a bit fun. New feature only. Force new window. Okay, so we're not passing this to the owner, and this is enough. Because we'll pass force new window, and let's see if this works. And it works. Fucking flawlessly immediately. This flag is beautiful. Alright, we wanted to get the test value here. Okay. Oh wait, that's the source name now. That's a bit of an oopsie doopsie. Oh yeah, right, that is my... So it has actually gotten the values of the stream start. I see, it has actually gotten the values of the stream start. It actually reads the property and then writes down what it actually contains. So, one of the things we do need to still figure out is how he did... what sort of symbol he used in the dashboard editor, because I would like to use that symbol. We can retrieve it this year. It's FC. How does it work? Let's just make live preview. I want to see the code actually behind it. If it could show me the... Okay, this is here. What we want. Okay, good. This one. Rectangle icon. We can see how low that goes down, like holy hell. Binding failure 780, Jesus. Show properties. Icon. So I guess he didn't. He used some sort of. Output graphical dash property item wrapper. Oh, that's interesting. Ah, that contains even my. That even contains these things. It contains all the data consumption stuff. Is bindable, is bound, which is what turns the light on this thing. Can be bound. It's property item wrapper. How does this draw its visuals in? How does this work? A genuine question, like how does this thing draw the shape into there? Just move this briefly so we can play around with it a bit so we can demonstrate what happens here. We can't actually manipulate values here. We can't manipulate values. That would have been a bit too easy, I guess. I can come from. In any case, we can check over here. This is the dashboard editor doc, which comes from graphical dashboard editor doc. Which, if we look that up, let's scroll up and make sure we have the correct version of. We don't need this one. What was it? Plugin. Yeah, I'll propose graphical dashboard editor doc. Guess it's in this root folder here. Dashboard editor doc. Okay. Win iDockable host. Yeah, that's the thing again. And iComponent connector. Those are files. mean, we might have here a docking manager, data panel control. This goes way down, way down. It's referred to as SV main in the scroll here. Yeah. Graphical dash UI custom property grid. Okay. So when we should check out this here, the graphical dash UI custom property grid. That's wrong. .pig. What was it again? Yeah, I might have some dimension of for plugins to graphical dash. Yes. Okay. Graphical dash UI. Okay, and there it is, the custom property grid, I think it was named. Yeah, custom property grid, here it is. It still doesn't. It's just a massive hunt for like where does it define what, you know, color it freaking. Where are the values for this thing defined? Somewhere it needs to be. Somewhere something needs to define this button. Yeah, something over it. Okay, so let's figure out where all season to go right now. This is just annoying slightly to figure out. Okay, the button contains a grid, which is already fun. Yeah, there's a rectangle icon, but like, where does it get defined and it like gets pointer set and Hmm. Oh wait, there we have it. A template parent is a SimHub plugins, output plugins, editor controls, editor edit binding editor button. Okay, so editor control. Yeah, editor specifically, not the graphics anymore. It is in the editor section. Editor controls, a binding editor plugin. Apply. Apply templates. Default style key property override method. Okay, this actually shows the editor. This is an interesting situation. Shows up the. I still want to figure out how it's styled. That's kind of the thing. Unemployed template. So, how did it event handle this button? I don't quite understand framework element. Default style key code property. Override metadata. This is just time off this thing again. Yeah, that's a different thing. How is this drawn? It's just this get template child. Oh, okay. Still not quite explain where I'm going here. Still. Binding editor warten. I think it's just something where the decompile lets me down, I think. Because it doesn't decompile the WPF script stuff. So we don't know how this thing is actually constructed in this case. Or I feel like that's what we're missing right now. So I can't figure out how this is precisely put together in that sense. It is still so utterly bizarre to me. Here's the default one. It has font weight of bold. I'm pretty sure it doesn't use bold. What does it, maybe? Yeah, this definitely does use bold. Oh. I mean, technically, we're not even really doing the properties this here, but more like variable. So maybe if we just put it like, for instance, like a cursive X, it would probably make more sense. Sound like one family. Font weights. Demi bold. Bold. I think it was already bold. X kind of doesn't work in that sense. Yeah, we did notice that these boxes were actually a bit too large. I need to make them slightly smaller. Oh, the button is fully in there. Kind of good enough, I think, for this. And then I think we will briefly check if we can get actually get a full family picker for this. Yeah, Comic Sans, sure, good to hear that one. What would be a font that ships with Windows? There's a bit more swung. Ubuntu is not necessarily ship fit. Because I mean, it comes with the operating system, so I might as well try that. God, that is cursed. It's gonna be so cursed. But like, I just think it might actually look like not terrible. It did nothing. It did freaking nothing. Like, it looks exactly the same. Can't even tell that it's Comic Sans. God damn it, you can't even tell it's Comic Sans. Maybe step the size up a bit. But definitely not Comic Sans. We'll do this again. Isn't Times New Roman still in here? Because that one might actually look a bit different. That's looks interesting. I think they might be too large at this point again. That's 12. Hydrophimulated, okay. Honestly, I should have probably opened GIMP to just check what the different texts do, or some other text editor. Honestly, I think I will just return back to the default. Because it's good enough at this point, and I'm just gonna find one that I like to do this relatively similar. Okay, it looks nice. Nice enough, I suppose. I still think this chops off a bit. Let's adjust the length just a tiny bit more. These down to about 80, because that should definitely fit in now. That's no difference. Oh wait, I looked at the wrong one. That's classic me. Oh yeah, that I'm clearly chopping something off there. Holy crap, that's quite a bit that I'm chopping off definitely there. Switch this again over here. I think it's 240 wide, 230 beginning chopping, 28. Yeah, 228 fits. This one needs to then also be chopped to 188. And the property just about fits in there in terms of length. I think we need to reduce the margins on these. Right, freaking nothing. I mean, I have already drastically increased the size of this window once. Guess we're gonna do that again. Wait, that wasn't the window size. This window size. There it is. Oh, there's more width. That's it's quite goofy at this point. Ah, this is for height. This needs to be then increased to 5 times. Take the width up. And these then just need to be compensated up again. I think the property one is now long enough. The value just needs to be lengthened. So now we're gonna property one also a bit more. Teeny tiny bit more. So, and then value. Value content gets just up to 290. 290. This here up to so that doesn't chop it off anymore, and the buttons at the back can fit, and we can also just spam click. Oh. Well, that's an interesting discovery that bug happens. value is null. And return false immediately. This thing you can just trash out fully. So this is why it's important to always test stuff, because you can just create a new bug like that. Actually, just noticing this thing falls off the screen here, partially. Is this too large actually? Because we don't define how large the list view is. Oh yeah, right, we don't define a margin for the list view on the right hand side. We only have the top one. Actually, that should define it all the way around equally. Strange. Go to, okay. To go to define, we use row 2. Maybe there's a bit too much column width from these things. We should limit them down. Maybe. Yep, that just like pulled it back in. So all fixed. But now it's slightly too wide to actually fit anymore. Yikes. We need to chop a few millimeters off something. 32. That should push us just under. Yep, that was enough. What we're also gonna do is on this text box, one size 11. Also go font size 11 up here. It makes it harder to read, but like this allows us to put more stuff in there. Can you define text wrap for a combo box? This is like the next infamous question. I don't think we can. Which is a slight problem, because if you go like this just becomes a unusable mess. I think we just have to deal with that part. Hopefully we can dodge parts of this. But like, because we are definitely not out of the woods with everything. So this is all implemented. Getting sort of in a state where we can wrap stuff up for tonight. Not done, not close to done with the SimHubOBS. Still needs work. But we're getting there. The thing is, I would like to perhaps generalize the scene item thing, maybe. Let's also be a scene item helper. which implements this function here. Well, actually, we don't really need it to implement these, but like, don't need a mode. Actually, this is not a class, this will be in surface. I see item elsewhere. Actually, we can't make it an interface, it has to be an abstract class. So, optional properties, okay. Possible value, that's also allowed. Required properties, also. Instead of mapping with one, I mean, we can actually leave it an out button. We need a and we need some stuff to go back out. We need these things to go in. We can't export tuples because that would be too easy. It doesn't support tuples. So we need a small carrier class. I'll make it public, whatever. Public class, and honestly, although we can make this protected. Protected class. Scene item. A scene item which consists out of a string. Scene. Public int ID. I'll return here scene item. Return a null on these returns. And yeah, that's always we return scene item. I think this just... Oh wait, I forgot to input new. I think that's why it's confused. Right. Instantiated, okay. All of the good stuff, and then we move over to here, and instead of implementing this, we implement a scene item helper. It does implement map and run. What are you on about? Although it needs to pass downward the base plugin. I don't need this here anymore. And we can go over here and make this also protected. Oh wait, I need to make these functions virtual so they can still be overwritten. In case someone needs to, because you likely want to overwrite them, they just exist already half implemented. So you can still call the underlying ones. Also, we don't need to overwrite them, we can just ignore these. And then for map and run, we'll call. Oh, you need to include the override keyword. We need the equals get scene item, just plugin manager, and then string scene equals item.scene int id equals item id. So, minor tweak that simplifies this one, which allows me to more simply implement other ones. It still complains about it. Oh yeah, there's an extra bracket, that's why it's complaining. Oh well, not the end of the world, this should now finally work already. we can just test it briefly if my stuff still works with SimHub. We have been doing a lot of testing with SimHub, so. Swap over to something else like occurrence. I can actually just remove this thing. Delete. That's actually a bit irritating because this is an X. Come to think of it, an X is kind of like you think that's the delete, but the delete is up here. That's a bit of a problem. I think we will replace this briefly because this just is a bit of an issue. People might be definitely led down the wrong path this way. Why is it capitalizing it? It is lowercase. Put lowercase in there, but like it seems to just capitalize them. Why does it capitalize my font? I didn't notice that earlier, that it looked suspicious, but like now it's very clear that it's capitalizing my stuff. I don't know why it's doing that. That's annoying that it's doing that, because it would be more useful if it's not capitalized. Switch that back on. Let's try other font settings. One stretch with style. But we have a style. Fonts. Stretch, family. We've defined the weight, we've defined the size, we have to find the. We've tried families. Stretch. Normal. Probably won't do it. Nope, doesn't do it, and it doesn't do much in a single line application. How do I convince this thing to just not capitalize this for some reason? There's some text variables, you know. Text input, text search, text options, dot. Display. It still doesn't do it. There must be something. What is it? This is frustrating to deal with. Deal? Oh, it isn't that. Which is it? Hinting mode? Rendering mode? Clear type? No, that doesn't it either. What is it? Oh, they do it about as complicated as they can at times. Alias? Probably not. No, that's not it. Text. Text elements can also manipulate these things. Okay. Baseline of the font family features. Foreground, line height, line stacking, text alignments. No, that's not it either. Where is this setting that it's overwriting that causes this entire thing to capitalize the letter as soon as it's typed? Next block. That has the same settings. Line height, foreground height, style, stretch, font size. Oh, that's just offset. Not it either. Chief, what do you want from me at this point? What is it? Which magical setting do I need to set so that this stops doing weird things with my text? That's it. Not either. What can it at this point be? Right, just like, what is it? These people made it about as fucking painful as it can get. Okay, we're gonna search for it, because something was said here in the overwriting thing, and it's like... WPF. Capitalize. Boy! I think I would have never gotten to that one. There is no freaking chance. Typography. Normal. No, that's not an item. What? What did he set? I've changed the setting to stop it from doing it, and it's like, no, it's still capitalizing the first letter. Like, what are you doing? Thing. It is a lowercase f. Stop it, please. It's just, it keeps capitalizing the letters despite it being changed. It still hasn't decided to... Ah! Wait a sec. Is the next letter actually also capitalized, or is it only the first? Oh, we can't really see the second letter, because the text box is too small. But that's a minor issue to solve. Yeah, it is capitalized in the second letter as well. I thought we may have just hit some weird obtuse setting that's... It's just a... Why is it doing it specifically to this button? Why are you doing it to this button? I mean, I'm using different buttons up here. Maybe I just changed this to an styles. This button type. The content has just fallen out of the freaking thing completely, I guess. How did I set the text on that one? Yeah, text is set like this, but it's just, it seems I need a larger size to just make even the text appear in it. Yep, here it is. It is actually in there, and it is actually not capitalized anymore. But it needs too much margin, the text. It in there. To appear, which is a bit of a problem. Also, when you set the foreground color to black again, and we have to experiment how much margin this thing needs. Still not? Only with 52 it starts appearing. Holy hell, how much spacing this thing requires around its button. Yeah, this is a neat idea, but like, are there other styles with like button here? A secondary? Yeah, no, so like expand link button small. But like that makes the entire form around it disappear. Yeah, I appreciate this as an option. Like, it's just... They just need too much space. Toggle one. Ah, that's that style. Checkbox, separators, tab item, title group. Honestly, I should use these more often. But yeah, the idea is sound, but it's just, it doesn't quite work. I don't know why it wants to force itself to capitalize the thing. Guess we just have a fucking F there. We just will have an F there and we'll just be happy. And we'll just like keep the F there. This is... I've thrown the freaking book at the thing and I have no clue why it's doing it, and it's just, it's too much. It has to stop now. No more. It has to finally freaking stop. Okay. Actually unmap this again to just desktop. Okay. What's this key here? Yeah, that turns my VNN off. Put this back to test. Stream starts. Okay. Let's just go into studio mode and watch it do its thing on stream start. Perfectly. This is really damn impressive. I really love this. It's just really nice that this works. Fine. We will keep this. Let me change this here to be just gaming for now. I mean, we can just let's just gaming. Gonna set this to just desktop. Toggle the monitor. Source saver. That didn't work. No, just desktop. Monitor 1. Disable. And it doesn't work. Huh. But wait a second. The toggles does work. What does it? Also doesn't work. What's going on here? Why are you not toggling? Oh, or is it because I was in studio mode and had a different scene selected at the time? I guess studio mode disables editing the current scene. Oh yeah, I should set to enable. Yeah, that brings it back. Yeah, I guess that's the problem. Like, you can edit what is happening on that scene, but like it won't let it happen. So yeah, this works fine. It's just I was stupid. Right. I think this is a stage where we can commit at least 70 changes. A handful. Possible names. These things are handled. We have also a class. To abstract class, we need also the fact that setting scene. Okay, that is supported. Mostly, this can also be a sub point. Names and values. Set. UI. What we also changed was, we changed the changed something else as well. We changed the we added ability for this to happen. It can also be read and everything. Properties as values. Some stream. Okay. So. Commit staged. Push. Right, it's 2 AM at this point. I could continue, I think. Or I could just, you know. Oh, I forgot to mention that, like, when you save anything, everything just gets saved immediately. I forgot to mention that in the commit notes. Whatever, doesn't matter. Nothing of value is in that sense lost. So, next station. Adding stuff that gets a bit more complicated. Because stuff will very quickly become very obviously more complicated, right? What was it again? Oh wait, I have not. Oh, I have not moved his stuff. Oh yeah, here's Bishop. Can I like somehow, you know, favorite this? It's easier to find somehow. Change the URL for browser source in OBS when track changes, which is reasonable to do. Right, we need add a class. What was it again? We need to actually this open. Because here I've written down the function get input settings. This. And now we need a new class created. Well, I think I'll rename it to set source settings. Add, and we're going to implement the a scene item helper. Abstract class. Oh. Spelling there actually. I have another like in my SimHub helper A. Another A scene item helper, because there might be scene item helper itself, but like I don't think there's an A scene item helper. I just generate the constructor here. Up and run. Okay. But we need to override stuff here. And this is where the stuff really gets somewhat interesting. Your file properties is already there. We just need the get optional properties. And we also need public override get possible values. Okay, those need to be overwritten. We just save the string array. Although this will get soon very complicated here, because we need to, for each of these, actually retrieve stuff. It's not. If values is unequal null, we return it. In this case, equal null, return values. Source name. Okay. Here we would get the get input settings. That's how this thing works. So plugin dot base dot get what is actually returned with this function? Oh wait, can we not actually? Ah, right. You don't need the... In this case, you actually don't have any... you only have the inputs, because the inputs all... Every VNN instance that I have in my thing is or uses all the same settings. But... For example, if you wanted to change the transform on it, that would be per scene. So you don't actually use the scene in this case. Like, scene is not used. And we also don't use actually the scene item ID. That's also not needed. So I think we're gonna change this thing away from an ice scene. As much as this thing makes sense, in this case it doesn't. So we're gonna change it back to a custom action function. And Boy, oh boy, we need to change some things due to that. Implement a the private SimHubOBS plugin. Plugin. We need to go here and actually gather the information, because we only have the source name. We don't need anything else. Actually, in this case, we would get the source without. Because an input could be also not missing, but I think for simplicity's sake it would make sense to just keep it as items in the scene. Okay, so possible values. We have the property source name. Wait a second. Hold on a minute. That's a bug. Yeah. Oh wait, no, that's not a bug. That's correct. We need to check if there's a scene name. This is correct. This is not a bug. Maybe I should go to bed if I see things that I shouldn't see as bugs. Right, but we don't have a scene name. We just immediately go in and get the current program. So we don't have a scene name variable because this doesn't work like this. Get possible values. Turn array and then turn null in case nothing is found. Should probably stay like this. For up here, we need to actually construct the optionals. Map and run. It's not no, I don't know. So which functions are we missing at this point still? No. Oh, that's not correct. We just need to return something right now. Get required properties returns return a new string of 0. Source name. So, okay, we need to know. We're down to. We have the source name set. We now need to figure out if. Now we need to get the values out of the get input. What does it do when it's actually not set to anything? Yeah, that would be interesting to find out. Custom actions dot get values from dictionary. Properties. Dot plugin manager, and then the key is source name. So get input settings. So what do we actually get back from this function? Input setting. Well, it is actually a correctly formatted list object. Input dot. Thanks. Input settings contained in this, well, it's a JSON object of input. Input kind. Okay. Cool and all, but that doesn't help you much in this case. Input name. I guess you could change it maybe? This way? I don't know. I'll check this out in a moment. Oh yeah, I need to implement it into... Before I can actually have anything, I need to add it to this list here. Of functions. Set source settings and use. Well, I actually put up the comma. Set source settings main. That's it. Good. That's all we need there, and that should allow us to then actually implement this function and test it. Right, we need to break line here because I want to see what happens when we get the option. Right, request what optionals it can do. It's a bit unpractical because the dialog is still stuck here. Well, it did immediately capture the monitor capture. Oh boy, that's a string and a half, the monitor ID. Child tokens, okay. Defines it. Tokens is monitor 2, and then the other one is the monitor ID. Press this thing again. Go over here. Well, there is a capture method it also should be able to configure. And it has the capture cursor and force SDR, so those are all options that should be settable with this, but seem to not like be listed at all in the settings here. It just doesn't list them. That's not great. Your settings just don't show up. I don't know. Continue. Yeah, it got rid of the other thing. So, yeah. Let me select Lichten. Lichten? I'll be allowed to select Lichten. Oh, it actually is just fine. It didn't update though. Oh, holy shit. The input name field. What? I'm getting the... What is the call stack here? How did we get here? Get input settings. I request the optionals for the CNAME Radeon. I request... Oh, how did null get in here? Oh wait, I'm not sanitizing this. Okay, but it's fine and continuing. I'm not sanitizing this right now. That's the problem. This thing got briefly spooked by it. For some reason it got set to null, I don't know. Oh yeah, because this thing didn't get renamed? What? What's happening there? That's not quite right. That's not right. If that's not right, that shouldn't happen. Because this should be coerced over to... Okay, that's getting coerced in this case. Current scenes, scene collection, current transition. Have I preferred source name? That's all correct. Current scene transition. It's just I go to source settings and it dies. For some reason, it doesn't curse the thing. Or it curses it afterwards, but like it's just it kind of forgets. I don't know. It's very confusing right now why it's doing this. Because it does it for everything else. I mean, how if I switch from these over, it will obviously reach the end because it's going to figure the fuck out how to do these things. This has just listed the composition mode. What can I set with Radeon? Use first available sender. Composition mode is default. What happens if I specifically set this to Radeon spread? Okay, continue. Oh yeah, if I should actually return here something that isn't null, because that would make my life slightly easier. Strength of link 0. Let me finally not allow me to hot reload this. Let's set this as a breakpoint again. So. Because yeah, I mean, folding this down will immediately trigger the get optionals. So kind sprout capture input name Radeon. Yep, it now includes the sprout sender as well. But anything that isn't that is at default settings. Oh god, I'm flying off the screen right now. But anything that is at default settings dies. It just doesn't get listed, right? Anything that isn't that is default is just not listed. Yeah, we have a bit of a problem in that sense, but manipulating things that have already been set is easy. That shouldn't be too much of a problem to figure out. However, we do need to build a, JSON object. Right. Need to build a JSON object here, although there should be enough samples from the backups that allow us to do this properly. Is there maybe another function on the WebSocket to allow us to get more intel on this? Plugin.ws WebSocket.settings. Ah yeah, get input default settings. Input kind. Bingo. There it is. There is the problem solution. There's the entire problem solution. We do need to get the first need to run the first function, but get input dots input kinds, pass that in, and default settings returns us already a JSON object. Okay. So this object then can we for each over this thing? For each var item and object. Can we just for each over it to write down all the what's item contain? What's this item? Yeah, it's a keeper. Yep, that is perfect for us. That is just what we need. Okay. For this we need now a list of type string. Actually, we can make it an array already. String array. Because we know the... Do we know the length? I'm not too sure if we can actually extract the length. In any case, we're just gonna make, I think, a list. And then turn it into a string. So, whatever, doesn't matter too much. Nulls. Actually, we need to then remove all the optionals that are already in properties. And that's something we need to then do, but like that's easy. If these dots contains key, then to array. Okay. As long as properties does not contain the key, then add this to just add item key. Okay. That sounds like a way of passing this thing. Although we do need to swap briefly over to source disable and then back to this set source. Then it should be able to. Shouldn't it have a different property as well? Sprout senders, yes, but also the composite mode is missing now. Because that was earlier available. Well, that's interesting. That's definitely interesting. Sprouts. The thing is, we can't like autofill data here. Although we could actually, because we could get the, could let you select between default value and the current value actually. As an optional. That would actually work. Right, but what we did notice is like there might be at times things that exist that actually aren't in the yellow one, which is yeah, that's already fun to find out. I guess we're gonna just add those as well. Just in case to deal with it. Some in dot settings. Put that settings, okay. Settings, okay. So and then we go if this is not in there, then add it. So pick me again. Ah, you picked. Oh yeah, right, I've disabled stream mode briefly here. I should probably switch it back on. I had just disabled it to find my own post. Let me just switch it back on. Not that it actually disables the audio, it's just I want it. So, doesn't contain key, we add the item's key. And then down here, and this is not optimal, but like again, as long as this is not too many keys, we should be fine. Hopefully, I say hopefully. Okay, so possible values. Else. Also, we need to do something up here to prevent it from dying as soon as if this is null. Right. Could we just encase this here with a... Nah, that doesn't work. We do need to make sure these things actually don't return. So, say string item string source source, and if source equals null, then we return a zero link in new string. Otherwise, the other function should definitely work, because if we can get an input settings out of, well, the question is if we can, because this could still error, because if you could specify an input source that doesn't exist, right? People do that. We can try that also. What reload the code. Can also just try it. Let's say yep, because that errors immediately. No source was found with the name monitor. Right. Luckily we can just press continue in this case, but you know, we need something to handle these responses in this case, so it just doesn't like do bad things to us. This doesn't like cascade up the stack or some shit. Try. I think I will just do the cheap variant of just putting typing into a try catch. So what we could do here is move this line here, just here. So in case at any point this thing decides to throw, we can just go, whatever. Catch. We don't even catch a specific, except we just catch. We just go, fuck this shit, we just deal with it. At that point it doesn't matter, we just need to catch something. Return optionals to array. Because we still created optionals at the top. It's probably empty, but like, you know, at least it works. Okay, so monitor here captures cursor, forces is DR method, and monitor with GZ. Okay. Promising. We'll move over here to Vinian. We get the composite multiplier sender and the ticket speed limit. Right. So we need to now move back down here to the possible values and into the else block. We need. I mean, in general, if you open this thing while OBS is not running, it will run into problems. I need to test that off stream. I need to remember that. Because a lot of this stuff does not have any safeguards for, you know, we've run straight up SimHub functions here, and it will obviously error out immediately as soon as you call any of them. Because the WebSocket is not connected, so this stuff can't work. None of it can. Right. Okay. So possible values. I mean, we don't need to write it into an else block. We can just write it like this. So. We probably should have put it into a try. Okay. Try. Yeah, because I'm trying now. I'm returning right now. Okay, so we need to get the inputs. Oh yeah, right, we need to figure out which source we have. I mean, at that point it doesn't matter actually if we have an error in this. We can just, you know, go like this. Doesn't matter if it errors out, it's just we will still get our source name. If it works, it works, and if it doesn't, well, we are on Radeon try catch. Contains key. Let's see. If okay. If this is the case, then you need another list in this case. Functionals. Is dot add. How do we convert a token like this to string? That's fair enough. Then we go into and run this function here. It's the input type, yeah, the input kind, not type, input kind, and it contains key. If that is the case, then write values. Add. To string. Okay, so then we return place it to array. So, and that should tackle that problem, which would allow us here to go over here, test. I still haven't saved it. I keep forgetting to save the thing. Monitor 2. That's one of the settings that's available. Methods. It's not particularly convenient, you know, but like I guess it works. This thing being a thing, right? Like that's funny. It would be funny to like edit this thing, but hello Asa. Yeah, silly fluff. Right, let me just briefly turn the monitor off while I'm changing it to a different monitor. So we don't end up. I mean, we should be at this point fine. I've actually checked the. So, trigger the key. I'm stupid. Oh, I'm so stupid. God damn it. It's like, yes, press run, and it's like, you've not implemented this function yet. God. I got ahead of myself, clearly. I got very much ahead of myself there. I forgot to implement it actually. We're so close to perfection. But yeah, we are actually close to getting there. String source equals SimHubOBS custom actions dot get value from dictionary properties plugin manager, and then it is source name. If source equals null, we will throw an exception for that. I've done a few times here before. Custom action failed. Source name value defined. Good, and this can then return here. I mean, I need to definitely stop myself from like actually finishing this tonight, because I know that just getting this fully pushed out at the end will take another 2 to 3 hours. 1 to 3 hours, more like. Just to really make sure everything works and finalize the thing. I know it will take about that long, and boy, we will have a fun time at times to fix some stuff. Because we are actually not far from finishing this entire thing, because I need to now put a JSON object to get it. Actually, we can just go into this object, and it just builds it like this. Good. Can't copy this idea and just turn it into something. Yeah. Do you collect like notifications on services like Pokemon? One of the services where I have it's like usually I go for 0, but like one of the services I actually have a lot is my Mail account, because I've just for certain time periods I haven't been watching anime. It just has piled up and I haven't cleared it. And honestly, I should just clear it and not bother anymore with it. Not done this, not bother with Mail, but like because there's not much gain from those notifications anymore. Like, sure, that anime started airing 3 years ago or something. Like, there's nothing gained at this point from that notification anymore. Gotta catch them all. Oh god. Alright. Where were we? God, how do you do merge item? Boy, this is some fun stuff. Because how it's done here is like you have already the name for the properties you put into the JSON object, but in this case, I don't have them. I don't have those. I just have, you know, what it is currently. Okay. And we go plugin OBS WebSocket dot. Set input settings. Oh boy, they don't even. How does this work if we don't define, you know, if we don't even define anything? This is a bit of a problem there. Is this function even functional? That's a good question. Set input settings, it takes an input settings object and takes the input name out of it, and then goes and takes the settings out of the settings object there. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. I mean, I could also call this function directly, which makes, you know, a bit more sense than the other one. Because we have the source already, just need then our settings to be written. We will run overlay always, because otherwise this will just get obnoxious very quickly. This is well, you became very small there. Okay, you can just add things like this, right? Create JSON object, just have a constant judge name, constant token, and you have a token. Right, guess that's gonna be how I'm gonna construct this thing. Settings. I don't know how this thing will react in a moment when we put things in there that aren't supposed to be there. But I guess that's something that if my stream cuts out at any point, you know that's that I submitted data that went from my WebSocket client into the OBS WebSocket and then triggered a function that then killed my OBS. Potential there. Usually the other thing should stop this in the path of getting there, but I wouldn't discount the possibility of this going horribly wrong enough that we all die. It would be funny though, not gonna lie. Let me just. Clone. Although it's it's more efficient if I go for each loop, going over them, and just go if, you know, propped if dot key equals source name, and we will just skip it. And if it's unequal, we will add this to the settings dot add these things. So, and it is taking it, so that's good. This might actually already work. That would be impressive if this actually works. Let's see. It flashes briefly, but like it seems to not be able to set it correctly. An attempt is being made, but it isn't successful, unfortunately. Apparently, for some reason, it can't set it to 1 to 1. That's sad. Like, you can see that it flashes, but it just isn't able to complete the set process. Guess I would have to force the monitor ID in this case. Yeah, that sucks a bit. Let me just change this briefly to recursion. Right, and then, yeah, you can't set it with the. You can't set it with the. Unfortunately, it does not work with setting it over the monitor value here. That seems to just not do it enough. It seems to try, but like it just can't resolve it for some reason. Don't know why. It should be able to do it, but like for some reason it isn't able to. That sucks. We can briefly set it over here again. Back to monitor. Yeah, that's monitor 0. So then change it back to this here and press it, and it's not able to force it correctly. But I mean, in terms of grievances, that's not the worst. Capture cursor. If the default value is true, I guess, but we can set that for false. Okay, and then we have our mouse cursor here, and it, boom, it's gone. Wahahaha. Invisible mouse cursor, and then I can go back here and just set it to true again. Did it actually? Is the mouse cursor actually visible? I don't think so. Yeah, it isn't capturing the mouse cursor. There is definitely some things happening that aren't quite as they're supposed to. Like, it worked to turn it off, but like it doesn't want to turn it back on. This is strange. The behavior here is definitely something that I cannot quite wrap my head around. Maybe if I tell it also to, you know, swap to a different monitor ID at the same time. No, just for some reason is not willing to do that. Okay. Sure, you can turn the cursor off, but you can't turn it on. Um. Hmm. I mean, we could read the old properties and rewrite them back, but like definitely the behavior on here is not as quite as good as you would like to. It's dodgy at best. Right? Something that wanted to try was I don't have a browser source right now in here. Let's get briefly a browser source in here. Add existing. We can use this here. Wait. Well, it's not showing up because it's invisible, but like it exists here. Trust me, bro. But we can grab this here and then now go URL, and it will show up the default. But like this should work at least. Let me briefly also copy this before I fuck stuff up here. Okay. Yep, that updated. That actually updated correctly. Also, I should, this just reminds me, I should check if in key property. Let me just steal this here briefly. Val equals this. If val equals you need to make sure the other one exists actually. Actually, we can just go contains val. That works as well. Okay, if it doesn't contain it, we will add it. Because I've seen this now a few times where it like has the default value twice because the default and current value are listed. They should prevent that. When we now copy this again, go here, set this to this again, to default value. Oh yeah, I didn't trigger it. Do you need to trigger? Okay, and then go here and it will only list the OBS browser source once and not twice. What else can we add here? Page control, shutdown, restart when active, rewrite audio, hide, FPS custom. CSS, where you can do these CSS overrides and stuff. You can do all of these good things. So this is genuinely. But the important things work. It's the only bad thing is like you can't properly do. Yeah, you can change the URL, and that's like the big stuff. Right. Let me actually build an art test. We'll rename this briefly here. Test URL. Does it actually remap it here? No, okay, that doesn't remap. Bad. Thanks. Briefly go build a new test. But yeah, we had previously the bug when let's go back to here. Select a source. go back to convenient. Set a previous scene and go back to here. And previously it struggled to rename this correctly, but it now works, so that's not an issue anymore. Yeah, but I think I'm gonna relatively soon wrap up. The other part that would need to be done is filters, and maybe I will also do transforms on it. If whenever I get to it, but like currently this is just, this works well enough. We're getting stuff actually to work right now. And just like try different sources right now and see how they respond right now to things. Yeah. What do I have here? Oh yeah, text boxes need to be tested. Text definitely is very important stuff. And I wanted to check a game capture briefly. Let's manipulate this one, right? Basically flat screen. What can we change here? Limit frame rates. But I have capture mode. Window any full screen. I mean, I can break this thing if I'm not careful here. I should probably use a different one if I want to mess with stuff around and break it. I mean, I have one that is just the any game capture. If I break it, because that is on just all default settings. Right, let's go here, any game capture, go capture cursor and set that to false again. Because apparently that's, they can trigger that. Right. Turn it off, okay. For some reason I can't turn it on. Set this to true, press it, and it won't turn it back on. I don't know why. It just doesn't work. I need to find somewhere into the documentation all these problems. Somewhere I need to document them. That's the fun part, somewhere. They need to be written down. Let's just add a new item here. I guess we don't need to technically add it like that. We just need to go in here, open this File Explorer, and then go here and then just say text document. I can make it a markdown document. What's my markdown formatting again? Yes, markdown is enough cases. Bit of headache. Actually, this doesn't have any markdown, or is it just not showing correctly? So I'm pretty sure the document had markdown. No, I don't use any markdown on the thing. Whatever. That's all settings. Crazy, past the properties. So settings. Seems it is present. On secures can be turned off, but not on. Use okay, so put those down. So let's continue here. Oh yeah, we don't actually need this. We are testing here, so we don't only need the notes here. We can note things down as they happen. What happens if we pass something in that isn't expected? Seems to just not do anything. That didn't do anything either. Huh. Oh, but that thing actually set itself as a setting in there, even if it's like not used by anything. That is highly interesting. Well, that is highly interesting in that case. Okay, let me just set this to, I don't know. Okay, yeah. Let me just make it briefly visible. Oh, actually, we can just keep it visible. I don't know. Maybe just move it down the stack here. So, I mean, it's not visible below the monitor, but like in any case. Well, like it becomes not particularly useful if I move it below the monitor. Right. I can make a transform out of it, just make it smaller. So, okay, so setting it to capture any full screen application does work as well. But it seems setting it the other direction does not work. So that's manually set. Okay, so select window in capture mode here. Select new property, and that is window, I think, is the one that is currently the window selected. Okay, so let me just go briefly in here and go none. Okay, nothing set there. No, I still want to have this. Application, okay. And yep, that actually worked. Maybe the issue is that because I have it still selected, the thing in. Right. But yeah, the setting window works, setting capture mode works. We probably can also just get away with like not having this in here. So make this blank, going back to any full screen. Okay, I'm triggering this again. Yeah, this works. Like it's just you need to update your selection in because the OBS client is not expecting you to use a secondary program to change things in settings. So the UI doesn't update fast enough at times. Let's capture Binion again. Properties. Actually, the match mode. That is a flag. Okay. I think there's enough tested there. Most of the use cases. Yeah, that's called hotkey mode. I see. Right. That one works. So, we've tried out a game capture. We need to now. I mean, changing an image capture would be also interesting, but color source. But this is a specific color. Also, I've just overlaid it all over the place. Let me just create a new one for this experiment here. Color source is a color source 2. Well, perhaps not 1080p, but just 500. 500, I don't know, so we have a corner of grey or something. Let's overlay it underneath me, so we can just watch it change colors. Right, so test. Color source 2. What can we do here? Color. Oh, that's not. Yeah, that's a thing. How are you supposed to interpret that one? I definitely find that one interesting. We have here values of 209, 209, 209, and 255. How do we arrive at this value here? You know, it's an integer number, I know that, but like, what happens if we decrease this by 3? Right? Let's just try things and see what happens here. Perhaps inevitably when I... Yep, that sets the transparency quite a lot lower. Also it broke the entire color. Yeah, that decreased the transparency literally to 0 and made it disappear off the face of the earth. I have a feeling this just doesn't work properly. I guess you could save some pre-selected numbers that would, you know, work or something. Or heck, it doesn't even like... Oh, it doesn't even like let me apply them back on. Because this is the number that it had, but like it's just not taking it again. So, goes onto the list of known issues. Maybe it is because... Nah, that shouldn't be a problem. Or could it? Actually, yeah, that could be a problem because we do pass things back as strings. You know? And this is a number. Yeah, come to think of it, the problem with the display capture being a true-false could be down to, you know... We should perhaps cast things into the values that they could be and not just have everything stored in strings. And that's probably also why the monitor ID changing doesn't work. I have a feeling this old stuff can work if I can... I mean, the color source is still gonna be a mess, but like, it at least will write. It at least could write if we invest a bit more time into the function here for generating this here. Object value equals property value. right? If if in32 try pass what are you complaining about? Well, we need this specifically set here. Okay. There's val. Okay. Is this to see? Yeah, I got no fucking clue what's going on. Okay. How do I explain this a bit? Actually, I could explain this here because this is a JSON file from ACC, right? So what effectively you see here is the formatting. You have your keys, like last season filter, and I mean sizing is particularly large. Let me make it bigger, perhaps. I should in general probably write in bigger fonts to make things actually readable. Right. But the last season filter here, that's the key, and you have here the value, and it is in quotation marks because it's a string, right? You don't know how long it is. You want to be able to write commas and other characters in there, right? Good stuff. But you can obviously, when you have like a boolean, for example, which can only be false or true, then you don't really need quotation marks. The issue is, what I've done is that I have everything stored in strings, and I write everything as strings in. And I think this is the problem, where when the WebSocket gets a quotation mark false, it just goes like, okay, this is, I need to do a fallback to null or default. It just goes, okay, I'm ignoring this stuff, this isn't going to happen. And similar also with numbers, so it doesn't pass the numbers correctly. But yeah, that's what effectively is going on, because we are passing into a different format. It might not look like it, but that's what is happening. Yeah. CPU starts melting. I should probably pass into an int64. Data type do I need to? Yeah, it's a long. Okay. Like, it's something that is a bit brainfuck in like, what is the name of in so it's in C++, if you declare a long, the size of the long depends on which operating system you're on. And on the Windows, for some reason, and a long in C++ is 32 bits, despite that the integer is already 32 bits. While in other operating systems, it's a 64-bit number. So it is you could store vast bigger numbers in it, and the behavior is not predictable. It's just C++ in a fucking nutshell. I don't know how I even typed that emoji, but okay, fine, we're gonna move on. Val. Else if, and now we need to pass all the booleans. boolean.tryparse t.value.out bool value equals val. Okay, it's complaining here. Complaining. You're about to shitting me. They are not in the scope. It breaks the neck briefly. God damn it, optimizate this stuff. Honestly, I probably don't even need to pass it integer if I can pass it double. And then pass the value into here. Okay, we can't convert it on. Deep breaths, Lucas. Deep breaths. Okay. A J token. Okay, fine. We're gonna define this as a J token. And deep breaths ended because we've solved this problem by just declaring this instead of an object as a J token, because all of these others can also be converted into J tokens without issues. Good. It's my SimHub now. SimHub. So, let's put then the color source back on. It has obviously now a different value in here. I still don't understand the numbers, but like I guess that works. Select this one briefly and copy it. Select this one again. Apply it. So yeah, you can change now the numbers. It literally was this parsing problem. Great. Awesome. So what happens if I reduce this by 3 again? Yeah, that turned it in. I have no clue how these numbers are put together, because we are now here in, you know, we reduced the alpha channel a bit, we've reduced red, green, and blue. It's like, I mean, technically the thing is, OBS is open source. I mean, it's the open broadcaster software, but so I could look into the source code of OBS, how the color source is implemented, and figure the fuck out how to parse this stuff. Or I don't know, just write it into the document and just tell people that this is a mess. There's an obscure. You said, what's this? Hey, you got cute and sussy out of Toga from MH. You could send me sometime. Toga? from what? What is MH? To be honest. I'm not asking for the reasons, I'm asking what it is. I'm not even interested in the reasons. Okay, let's try this again with the monitor. Wanna try switch to monitor 1. Seems to still not work. Unfortunately, you have to seemingly use the obscure this thing and set it that way. It does not like being set with this, but capture cursor should be able to be housed like this. Ah, oh, My Hero Academia. Because I usually see it as because usually it would be spelled as MHA, I guess, if you want to try. Which is character's toga? I definitely shouldn't search this on this window. Definitely shouldn't, but you know, we're gonna try anyway. Okay, I'm not just gonna go so ballsy that like oh, what is my hero? Yeah, toga. Because there's this result. Ah, Himiko Toga. So yeah, from My Hero Academia, I was right. Yeah, her. Maybe? I mean, I have so much loot shit that, yes, likelihood is pretty high that something is in there. Probably not much. The sus background you got there. It's not that sus. It is a Stolfo, yes, but like, you know, it's not that sus. He's just happy eating a candy apple, you know? Let me just bring all my windows back. Yeah, yeah, I can get rid of the colors now. Close this down. Well, actually, unless you're already selected. What's going on? Yeah, it seems it still doesn't want to go to any different one of those. Paid. I guess monitor is just not the idea if it's. But we wanted to test if we can set the capture cursor to false. We know we can do that. Capture cursor can be set off. Actually, do I have it on right now? Oh, I don't have it on. Oh, that's a classic blunder. I didn't have my capture cursor anymore, and now it's gone. No cursor. And now we try out setting it back on. True. Okay. And it worked! We brought the cursor back to life. We're alive. Or did we? Yes, capture cursor turned on. Okay. So that's no longer an issue. Good, that's no longer an issue, but like, yes, you have to change this with this thing. Gay. Why is it gay that I don't have that many images? It's I have so much stuff. I don't know, I'll check as well. I check those. We need to now move on to testing other things. Application audio capture beta. That's what you've been using. I see. Yeah, text. We wanted to test texts. Let's make a new just test text. UKs and boykis. Are you the one to cast the first stone? Yeah. Text, color. Okay. Which put using bow is easier. I see. That's a fun one. Yes, this could. Maybe I should. This should require me to actually split, if it's a JSON object, to split it up further and add additional points. Yeah. Although that requires me to rewrite the models of the code, so we're not doing this tonight. This is not happening. Yeah, text. Important part. Okay, so. Yes, this is perfect. This is beautiful. What does actually the transform object contain? Transform, that's 0. Alignment? Oh, you can actually define this. Nah, not gay. You sure about that? You sure? I see. Correct. Okay. Where is the? I guess it's font text type. Font. Okay. We can actually set the alignment briefly here. Chaotic neutral. Nah, Sinton. Although it doesn't do much. Yeah, the alignment doesn't do in that sense much. Right. All that works with text objects. Good. What is remaining at this point? Experiment with an image, right? Image source here. The overlays again over everything. God damn it. I mean, I could just make it smaller, you know. Guessing yes, my start animation is one image. It's a GIF. I mean, you might not even spot that it's an animation till like I pointed out or something. That needs maybe some work. Wait. Let's select start animation. Unload setting, obviously. Set linear alpha. That's linear alpha to alpha to linear space. Okay, I don't know what that's supposed to do. But file. Yes. Yeah, we're gonna try and set this to a different file. Now, this is gonna end probably highly sus. Or hopefully not. Let's be real. Let's hopefully this doesn't end sus. I think. Yeah, this is where the start animation actually is. Let's grab this file name here. Or actually, you know, let's set it to my profile picture. Wait, those are this profile picture, not the. There's no other stuff. Where the files that you actually supplied me with, or is it? Where did I put them? I definitely put them into this folder here. If someone wanted to, oh yeah, right, they entered into here. Guess why? Why did you do that? What image is this actually? Ah, that's you, Asa. You're a legend, man. You know the worst part is, I finished the commit and then like realized again, that what was it? That someone had earlier this year sent me some suggestions for the plugin, like back in May, and that like I hadn't implemented any of these. And one of these would have been really easy. Of like, what was it again? Yeah, if someone freezes up, that it saves effectively every time you finish editing something. I've just added it a few minutes ago to, well, not minutes. Honestly, it's been hours because I've been working on other stuff since then. But like, it's been a few hours since I've added it to these things. It's been something. Oh, it has different direction of slashes. That's interesting. Let's see if that actually will work with the Windows form slashes. In any case, I've added it to this plugin. I've not added it to the other one. It's pain because it means I need to release another version soon. Yeah. But yeah, you can actually set this and it doesn't even break when you use different slashes. That's cool. It's really neat. It's at images, and it's all really nice. So before my starting seat gets permanently broken here, this is the background for you. But yeah, I'm making my SimHubOBS. Yeah, that's all good, man. The funniest thing was, right, like, the problem that existed was literally fixed by just compiling it again. Because, like, let me just open Visual Studio, I think, again for the easiest part. Not Visual Studio, good Visual Studio. Let me just show you the line of code that, like, actually caused the problem in EasyScript. I've gone over this earlier, but, like, I spent, like, at least half an hour figuring out why it fixed itself by recompiling. Where was it again? It was in the list editor XML. That's CSS, right? And it was here in the button edit click, and it flew out on this function call here. This call killed it. I haven't rewritten it. It literally fixed itself by compiling. Because the problem is that if we open this call, this opens here. This is a SimHub internal class that is the SimHub plugins UI sh dialog content base, right? And he changed in this function. This function previous takes a dependency item, a window frame, takes an action that runs on close, and it takes now a optional dialog options. Previously, however, if we look over to .peak and look in the, I have a few too many windows open here, so I was looking at stuff and trying to figure out something. Which one is the old one? This is the old one here. This is prior to 1.9, and the signature of the function is dependency object, action, which is not optional, you have to bring one, and a boolean for force new window. And that's what broke the entire thing. Oh, actually, never mind. There was a second function up here that allowed you to run without passing this value in. So that's the function that actually got called here. But it effectively just called this one with a false. That actually explained how it back in the day worked. I looked at this for hours ago, and at least for half an hour I didn't notice that this function existed. God damn it. But yeah, that was an optional value. And because this function didn't exist anymore, and effectively pointed to a function that had a slightly different signature, it broke it. Because in source code it's fine, but when it's compiled into .NET bytecode, it breaks, apparently. That is fun stuff. It literally fixed itself with compiling it again. I fixed a small problem as well while I was at it. I did fix something in code. I didn't just leave completely without doing anything. And that was the logging dialog here. Previously, if you pressed select file, it would just open in your documents folder with the file path in the file name. And now it opens actually the correct folder up with the correct save type that was previously selected and the file name all entered in. So editing this is a bit easier. I don't know how many people will even notice that I changed this, but I don't know, it's now a thing. It now works, I guess. So. Text capacity, image source. I go to bed same time as you. Yeah, I definitely need to go to bed. I'm not finished. Like, it is very easy to fall into the trap of like wanting to finish this plugin tonight, but like, I mean, shit, it's already 4 a.m. Fuck. But yeah, yeah, I know that I will at least spend like 2 hours fine tuning, and there is another function to implement, and that is not just setting source settings, but setting filters in OBS. That's not even implemented yet. And there's still stuff to do with this. I'm just like in experimentation what actually functions correctly and doesn't break spectacularly. As noted, for example, colors don't apply correctly right now. It's like you get a really weird number if you use a color source or something. I mean, I can don't have a color source right now. Just noticed. Yeah, I can just pull up one briefly. Color source. You don't see anything, but if I slot this color source in here, I can select it over here and select color, and it's like this is the value that it had. It's like this is its current value right now, and it's like what am I supposed to make out of this? And this is the default value when you create a new one, but it's like, what am I supposed to read out of this number? This is just gibberish. So yeah, that's not useful for anyone. But I guess it works. You can set them to these different values. I guess it works. In that sense. But yeah, I think I'm also out now at this point, basically out of things to try. I could try if you could manipulate it. I've never used the image slideshow in general. What does it do even? File directory. Let's hope I don't add anything that is way too sus. Like, there it is. I am walking on eggshells enough times. Actually, I could just dump my thumbnail folder into this. No, one a little bit smaller. Yeah, that's that is a bit of that. So let's just try how this works. Right. But good night to you. I will hopefully wrap up in the near future. Yeah, that's not particularly convenient to configure. Okay. So, what else do we have here? Slide mode seems to be fine. I mean, I could try if I could set it to something else, but like, you know. Okay, always play. Transition speed 50. Let's try this. Did it actually set? Because it doesn't seem to. The transition speed is the speed that it transitions. I haven't practiced at Kota yet. We could dig through all the VODs and see what times I was doing with the Maserati prior to 1.9. Because I've definitely driven the track prior to 1.9, I can tell you that. But, otherwise I can't really help you too much, and, yeah. Okay. Transition speed. It always resets back to the first slide. There's the time between such speed. Slide time, yeah, that is. So, yeah, that brings a few more slides quicker over. Slightly quicker when you spend only 50 milliseconds on one. It goes very quickly for all the slides. Yeah, you are in there because obviously you have collab with me. Set this forcible stop also. Okay, yeah. So shall we reset the first object? Settings are changed. Yep. Yeah, I think that's all. This one. I mean, I could play also media source back. Let's see. Whether we have something that we could play that isn't like gets me immediately into trouble. She's not the line of the moderati here. Yeah, yeah, it overlays over everything right now. Let's minimize that a bit down. Oh, that's actually. Can you hear it?
Niemand
in. Now you should. I just realized that will also play back the audio from that. Because I have that one downloaded, so I can just like test briefly on it. Media source. I guess we can change the local file probably. But we can't control it really. Uh, 500 speed percent. Yeah, it will obviously result in a reset, but also it seems to not want. Oh yeah, it can do 200%, but like. Double the femboy. Yeah. It's like it's this small issue right now that like you could not do the controls with these things. I need to implement the functions to control these things. It needs to go to the list of like. timing. Okay, so yeah, we want to briefly change local file, and let's select a different file for this. What do we have here as well? Oh yeah, my storage of like stuff. That should work. Should work. Copy, paste, slash, Control A, Control C. Let's hope I did by accident select something so there, because that could be. This is fine actually. Oh, I still have 2x playback speed right now. Give me a sec. I can reduce this. Oh yeah, this is actually me by Viagen model. With this model being used in Viagen. This must have been, yeah, this is VCAT December 2022? 2021? What was it? Yeah, it's 2021. It's the file name gives it away. God, I've had this model for a long time at this point. Let's pull this up briefly. You just look at this adorable bean there. Licking its ice cream. Hmm. So you can just walk up to. You could, I mean, we could move them up anywhere. The animation in that is just nuts. Well, I don't think it is up. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe old VKits are still existent somewhere. Look at it. She makes ice cream. Isn't it adorable? Look at this. This is so freaking adorable. No, I don't need bongs. This is pure. This is nothing. Like, just experiencing that in person is just unparalleled. Just in person, like all of these animations of just the idle animation is adorable. You walk up to her, she's like, "Oh yeah, right. I should serve some ice, right?" What do you mean? What do you mean with like, "Oh yeah, I thought out you were gay"? It's like, what do you mean? I obviously do like cute girls as well. Like, can you not like this bean? Also, you have seen my entire folder. You do know how much lewd material females have. It does include also traps. A lot of them. I do collect also a few femboys, right? Right. Okay. That is very true. Yep. Okay. What is remaining on here? I could test the VLC as video source. I mean, window capture should definitely be tested, right? So Let's see, what can we capture right now? I don't know, I guess we could capture we could capture my Discord right now. We could capture my Discord as a test, and let's actually briefly we swap to this folder here, right? So then I don't mean use of this. It's window capture 2, window this here. So we're gonna set this over back over to us, and then we use this button, and it sets it over. Yeah, me just casually. What do you mean? What was that? With me showing your DMs or what? What do you mean? What was that? Did you see something else outside of your DMs? Actually, let's try something. What happens if I... Can we set it to something else? Yeah, we can just capture my notepad again. It's a bit confusing, but we're gonna just capture notepad again. And now I want to try what happens if I tell it to capture Explorer exe. Not a specific window, just Explorer exe. And it doesn't capture anything anymore. It just goes dull and just goes, no. Ah, yeah, right. If you need to, what happens if I specify this as store Explorer exe? No, it still doesn't like it. It wants its specific format, or it actually my does it exist? Yeah, it still exists. It's gone because it's not listed anymore here. Well, actually, it is still. I'm just stupid. I'm sorry. I just suffer from stupid. Yeah, could you manually? Oh, yeah, we could capture this one again. Yeah, one particular player. Cursor methods. Okay, that works, I guess, sort of. So, opinions, okay, good. I think we've got notice points. Basically everything we can try with it, as far as I'm aware. What does client area mean? You know, we have research stuff here. Let's actually research that briefly. Let's briefly turn this off. Yes. Window capture client area. Oh, rest of the square area of the window below the title bar where the child widget can be placed. So if I turn this doesn't seem to do much. What is the good? Doesn't seem to do much. Need more shotguns. I need some shotguns because I definitely need to go to bed finally. I need to call the end of this finally. Yeah, this is all fine now. Actually, what happens if I run? Okay, that doesn't work. That will throw an exception, and I should try catch that. At least I tried that. Like, what happens if you apply settings to something that doesn't exist? Well, it throws an exception. Like, what did you expect? Water's wet. Like, sure. Let me just steal the error message from here and put it back in here. So settings of custom action, and we need a exception EX. So. Right. Okay, now close this. Git changes. Commit these. Commit staged. Push. So, and close this. Close this. Also close this program. Close her as well. What about it? Yeah, we've reduced everything down to my desktop again. Is this script that this can actually be deleted finally? Oh, it doesn't even complain that I'm deleting it. Well, now it's complaining. If I was removed, yes, that's fine. Delete that. Close this down. Right. I guess the ping from here came from when they started a group call about nearly an hour ago at this point. Right. Let's just us live with the summer rookies again. This object group has the event open for I think 1.5 hours at this point. Oh, pain. I am back to my bad sleep schedule. Oh yeah, you asked me like what lap times I would be doing around the circuit. Alright, let's just briefly check that out. Let's go briefly into this panel here, into my lives. I need Kota. So last time I raced there was with the BBS courtesy. It's back in January of this year. When I raced the Kota with this guy's with SRXP, that was back in July last year. It's over a year ago. So yeah, let's see what we can. Pole time here is a 2 minutes 17.7, and I'm 1.6 seconds there off the pole of the Maserati. Well, they moved it further down. That means that. But what was that? Would that be? That would be a 19.3 at this point. With the car. I mean, I could argue it's a Maserati, so I don't know what you've been doing in terms of lap times. But 17.1 is pretty fast, probably. Don't know if I can get that fast with the McLaren. But probably faster than 19, I'm pretty sure. That's just Maserati. And I'm not even sure the Maserati could even get down that low anymore. They murdered my boy so much. I mean, heck, I was getting down to nearly 19s. I was fighting there for going sub 19 actually. Close to doing it. I'm not sure if I actually got to that point. Or if I bottled this lap, probably. Actually, I could unmute the audio because you wouldn't even hear it because I have my desktop audio muted. Oh, there was the lap time out of that one corner. There's a bunch of lap time to be found, apparently. Question is if I can deliver the lap in from this point on. I should really put like a last lap time counter somewhere, because it's something that's just kind of missing. Like, you can oftentimes in a lot of cars see the delta on my dash, so you roughly have an idea of how well I'm doing, but you don't actually know how fast any of it is. It's one position improvement from improving a hefty amount of time. Yeah, that's an 18.5, I think, roughly. Not particularly warm conditions, 1622. So there. And again, pretty 4.9. I should get actually back into my phone's camera capture radius. Quick grab into this one. Here's the flight actually. It's McLaren. They've had loads in this decade. Yeah, well, that's not the guy actually. All the other positions are completely messed up. Because I'm not. Oh no, they're not messed up. This is just. This is not for class. This is not class position. This is in overall order because this is multi-class. And this is prior to me implementing my plugin that makes all of these things look nice. So you was stuck with like bad scoring. This is the fight with Plumen for P3. Plumen has a 10-second time penalty at this point. But my teammate is about 10 seconds behind me as well, so it's turned into me trying to slow down Plumen just enough to get him to not run away anymore. We have some more intense fighting here. Here, side by side with the McLaren through this section here. I'm just fighting him as much as I can here. I would like to see one lap where I'm behind going through the SS. Maybe actually we will still see that because he was able to drive around the outside of me into turn 1. Just a bit better braking ability. Despite how early you have to brake with the McLaren with the amount of top speed that car is. Yeah, I have to slow down slightly in the early section of the SS because you didn't quite see, I think, the absurd pace difference here. I can run through here. It's faster, but like I have to fight the traction out of that final bit, and then he can just put the throttle down where he can put the throttle down, and also the car is very fast in a straight line. Like he just disappears down the straight, not to be seen again. Like how many car lengths he just pulls here is nuts. And I can't really close up much on him on the braking zone here, especially when you confront the curb on the inside. That's fine. Okay. Okay. Time to go into the higher. Okay. It's definitely time. Okay then. Man, I've moved so much here. I mean, I can. Oh. Hello, capture. Yeah. I'm using Meow Face for like my tracking, and it's like my phone struggles a lot with doing this, and it's trying. And the software is great, honestly. I can't complain about it. It's just this phone is catching fire while trying to do this. It's suffering a lot of pain. But it did a good job. Well done for contributing to this scuffed stream. It doesn't like when I'm moving my hands around. It gets I can very much throw myself through the room because of that. Just if I move my hand from in front of my face briefly, it just goes ballistic. But okay, right then. Let me put this up so it's easier to look at stuff. Right. Okay. Good night. Bye bye. Wiggle wiggle.